Welcome to the fifth and final module of the CompTIA PenTest Plus training series, and in this module we're going to be talking about post-exploitation and lateral movement. And up until this point we've talked about preparing for the engagement, doing reconnaissance, vulnerability analysis, and exploiting those vulnerabilities, which was the last module, which was all about attacks and exploitation. And now that you've exploited the network or exploited the human or exploited the systems, you need to think about what you're going to do post that exploitation. So what do you do after you've gotten in, right? What is the next level? What is the next step? And it's called the action on the objective. So this is technically what is on the Lockheed Martin attack chain. It's the last step. It's towards the very end of it, where we just talk about the action on the objectives. And that is what you would do once the exploitation itself has been done, right? It all falls under post-exploitation, and lateral movement is one of those big topics under post-exploitation, which is moving from the current computer that you're in into another one, into another one, into another one, and ultimately using the various machines that are available at that experience level or that privilege level, and then gaining higher privileges, which would be considered privilege escalation. So there's post-exploitation. Underneath post-exploitation, we have lateral movement, and then we have privilege escalation and a variety of other things that you could be doing in post-exploitation, like data exfiltration and ransomware, etc., etc. So there are a lot of things that you can do, but it's ultimately taking the actions towards your final objective, right? That's basically what post-exploitation encompasses. Now, for section 5.1 of module 5, we're going to be talking about establishing and maintaining persistence, which is the very first layer of post-exploitation. And really what this means is, imagine that you've done a bunch of work, very hard work, and a lot of tedious, nuanced, detailed work to get into the system that you're in, right? You've developed malware, you've developed payloads, and you've just done so much work, days and weeks worth of work, sometimes months worth of work to get into that one system that you're in. And now you don't want to lose that access, right? So maintaining persistence means your remote control of it, or the exploit that you have, that control that you have of this machine persists. You actually stay in that machine, right? Or at least develop some kind of method where you can keep logging into that machine without having to go through the same series of steps that you went through the first time, because there's a very big possibility that they'll find out what happened and then they'll patch that vulnerability and you won't be able to enter that system anymore. So there are multiple reasons why you want to maintain persistence and give yourself continued access to that system or that network, etc. So you want to establish persistence, and then you want to maintain persistence. So just to kind of read this overview here, persistence is critical for attackers to maintain access, and this keeps happening. This is one of the most annoying things that keeps happening. But persistence is critical for attackers to maintain access to compromised systems after initial exploitation. Without persistence, an attacker's foothold is lost if the victim reboots their system or terminates a process. Attackers use scheduled tasks, service creation, reverse shells, and backdoors. Or you create new users, or there are a variety of different things that you could be doing. And all of this ensures continued access. That's kind of the key piece here. Command and control, also known as C2. So there's C2 frameworks like Cobalt Strike and Empire, which help manage infected hosts. Cobalt Strike is a really big vulnerability that was exploited. And so there are a good amount of intrusion detection systems and firewalls and antivirus systems that will detect for the signatures of Cobalt Strike and or Empire. So if these are things that you would want to use, you have to find different ways to either encode them so that you can get past those antivirus or defensive mechanisms, basically. But there are frameworks that actually do exist that can help you manage infected hosts, right? and establish and maintain that persistence. Now in this video, in this section, we're going to be talking about scheduled tasks and service creation for persistence. We're going to be talking about reverse shells and backdoor implantation, and using C2 frameworks for long-term control, for example, Cobalt Strike and Empire. Now, one of the things that is actually really lucky is that for the junior pen tester playlist, I released something recently for Linux privilege escalation. And I also released an episode right before that for shells, bind shells, reverse shells, and things like that. So the shells video is called What the Shell, and the Linux privilege escalation is called Linux privilege escalation. And so those two videos, they're actually very long videos. I think maybe 2.5 hours easily, 2.5, 3 hours, something like that. And they're very in-depth. So you'll actually learn a lot about reverse shells and bind shells and just shells in general so that you can establish these remote connections. And then in the Linux privilege escalation video, we talked about scheduled tasks and service creation and all that stuff. And then this weekend, I'm going to be doing the Windows privilege escalation, where we'll be going through similar ideas, but for the Windows machines. So these two topics right here, there's actually, by the time that you probably see this video, there are going to be other videos that will be supplementary to this, that will make you really skilled at this concept and help you understand it on a deeper level. And of course, using C2 frameworks for long-term control. So for example, the Cobalt Strike and Empire frameworks, we're going to be talking about in this particular video. So you'll have a really good understanding of what they are and how they work and how you can use them to establish and maintain persistence. Now, real quick, let's talk about Hackaholics Anonymous and how you can get access to this notes document, as well as the practice questions, etc., and all of the scripts that we're going to develop at the end of this training series for the automation element of attacks and for everything else that you need to know for your practical labs and all of that, and how you can get access to that through Hackaholics Anonymous. And then from there, we'll dive deep into the course contents for this episode. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us continue with PenTest Plus. Okay, so let's talk about scheduled tasks and service creation. And underneath that, of course, we have scheduled tasks for persistence. And this can apply to Windows and Linux machines, because both Windows and Linux machines have scheduled tasks. And underneath Linux, or I should say over Linux, we have Unix, and Unix applies to Mac OS as well as actual traditional Linux machines. So both Windows and Unix, Linux have scheduled tasks. It just depends on how those scheduled tasks are set up, or what kind of process you use to set them up. For example, when you're doing it inside of the command line for Linux or for Windows, there is a certain process, but Windows actually tends to be very user-friendly for creating scheduled tasks, because you can actually literally like right-click on something and do run at startup or run at intervals, etc., and you can actually choose how you want to run something on a scheduled manner. Now, the key piece is when you want to make something run and make it seem like it's just a normal scheduled task. But when it actually runs a script, for example, this payload, this executable payload, ends up running when that scheduled task runs. And then when it actually happens, you end up getting some kind of a remote shell. And in a really perfect world, that remote shell will also give you admin access or root access. And this is what we did in the Linux privilege escalation video for Junior Pentester playlist. So when you go through that, the exercises that we were running under scheduled tasks, they were giving us root access to the machine. Root is basically the Linux version of admin access. And as a root or an admin user, you get to now create users and add them to the admin groups and do a variety of other things that are only available to that admin user and the root user, which is essentially the highest level of privilege that you can get on a machine. So if you can get root access or admin access through a scheduled task, then you're pretty much solid. Like, you can do essentially anything that you want at that point. And it's kind of like the holy grail when it comes down to pen testing. That's where you want to end up, is you want to give yourself root access and then maybe even create a brand new user for whom you have the password and all of that is also in the administrator group or inside of the sudoers group or something along those lines, that you can start doing anything that you need to do with that new user. For example, create other users, or just do a bunch of stuff that is only limited to the admin user. And then you can do it persistently. You can do it repeatedly without having to run through all of the motions that you had to run through to get that initial foothold on the system. So, all of that being said, if you want to create a persistent scheduled task on Windows, for example, you can run the SCH tasks, and then you would create one, and then you're going to do a minute interval, right? What is this? It says every minute as system, which is running under the system user. This is the payload that's going to be running, and the name itself, I believe, that's going to be assigned to the task is the Windows update. So when if somebody sees the scheduled task list, they'll be like, oh, they're just running Windows update. But the actual thing that they're running is this payload right here, and then it's supposed to be running every minute as the system user. So this is one of the greatest things that you can do for yourself. So basically every minute this payload will run, and then whatever the payload was coded to do, it'll do exactly what it needs to do. And then it runs it as the system user, which means that if it's creating a new shell, or if it's running some kind of a service in the background that's supposed to maintain a C2 command and control connection, whatever it is, it's doing it as a system user. And the system user is essentially an admin user, right? The system will have the highest level of privileges, very similar to what an admin can do. So this is just one example of this. So if you see something in the examination, or if you see something in the future where you see it's a scheduled task command, right? This is what's being initiated. And then you see that it's being created, and then the schedule itself is every minute. And this MO1, I want to try to understand better, so I'm going to look at this full command as a whole. By the way, I have not seen this command in advance, so I'm going to explain it to you to my best knowledge, but then when I run short, I find information for you just to make sure you have the full picture. And people tend to judge me in the comment section because they think I'm supposed to be a master of everything as I go through these things. And it's like, okay, well, I'm also a student, and I'm just sharing all the information that has served useful to me and the information that I've used for my exams and things like that. So anyways, that I kind of digressed a little bit, but I'm going to give you exactly piece by piece what this whole thing does. Most of it I'm going to just brush through because I already understand it for the most part. The only thing that I really want to get clarification on is this MO1 element. But it's basically you're creating something scheduled on a minute, and it might be the number of the minutes, right? So for example, it's like when you see SC minute is how it's counting, and then how many minutes is 1 minute. So I think that might be the way that that breaks down. I'm pretty confident now that that's how that breaks down. And then the task name is Windows Update, and then the task itself that's going to be running is going to be this executable right here, and it's running under the system user. But just to clarify and just to verify for sure, we're just going to copy this and we're going to go ahead and get an explanation of it, and then we'll move on. Okay, so schedule task creates a new scheduled task. SC minute specifies the schedule type as minutes, so meaning that the task will run at regular minute intervals. MO1 specifies the modifier for the schedule type, in this case running the task every 1 minute. Okay, very good. That's pretty much what I wanted to know. The task name is going to be Windows Update, and the task, the TR flag right here, the option, specifies the action to be executed, in this case running the executable file payload.exe, and then running it under the system user system privileges, which is the highest level of privilege on a Windows system. In essence, this command creates a scheduled task that runs a potentially malicious executable payload every minute and under system privileges. Great. The Linux version of this would be a cron job, right? So you can echo a command into this specific file right here. The cron tab file, the etc cron tab file, is what stores all of the chronological jobs, all of the scheduled tasks. And so it stands for the cron table, right? So the cron tab is the cron table file, and it's the chronological table file, essentially. It holds all of the scheduled tasks. And this is the format to actually create a command inside of that file. And the command itself is going to spawn a reverse shell every 5 minutes to the attacker's IP. So this is actually a command line command, or I should say this. This piece right here is the scheduled portion, right? So this is how the scheduling looks like inside of the cron tab file. And again, refer to the Linux privilege escalation video to actually see a full version of this being executed. And so this is the scheduling element of it that actually looks like. And so this piece right here just implies that it's going to be running every 5 minutes. This one would be the day, this one would be the week, this one would be the month, etc. So these are just placeholders. And this specific piece right here implies minutes. So every 5 minutes, it's going to run bin bash, meaning it's going to spawn bash, and then it's going to run this command inside of bash. And this command is a netcat connection, requesting a connection to the attacker IP address, and then on this port, which is port 4444. Now, this piece sometimes does not work, so you don't necessarily have to do execute bin bash inside of your netcat command. Sometimes it just doesn't work, sometimes it works, but for the most part, the reliable element of this would be the NC portion, and then the attacker IP in 4444, which is netcat is going to try to connect to the IP address on this port. And this requires that on your attacking machine, you actually have a netcat listener or some kind of listener listening for remote connections. Otherwise, this will not work. This will run, the scheduled task will actually run. It's just it won't establish that connection unless you actually have a listener on your attacking machine. On whatever this machine is right here, this IP address, there needs to be a listener that is listening on that machine. So this will spawn a reverse shell every 5 minutes to that IP address, assuming that you have a listener going. Now, if we wanted to detect and mitigate scheduled task persistence on Windows, this is what we would do. We would run the commandlet get scheduled task, where the object has some kind of executable inside of it, right? So if there's a match inside of it, and this means that it's just in the name, right? So as long as there's an exe inside of the name of that scheduled task object, then you're going to see it, and you can look at all of the executables and see what the executable itself is. So if you recall from the previous slide, it was the scheduled task was Windows Update. That was the name of it. But the object itself actually had a payload.exe, right? So it's an executable that's going to run. It's a service, or it's basically a process that's going to run. And if that's the case, then you want to find all of the scheduled tasks that actually have an executable in it. And then from there, you can decipher whether or not those executables are malicious. And if you don't recognize any of them, you can just go ahead and look at the hash value for that executable, or look at the compiled code or the source code for that executable. and then compare it against VirusTotal or, you know, a variety of other databases that would tell you whether or not that executable is malicious, right? So this is from the defensive team's perspective, but from the team of pen testing, from the offensive team perspective, depending on what machine you are trying to create that scheduled task for, you would be able to do it either using this command or using the Windows command that previously we saw. And then one of the really cool things about this right here, and again, just refer to the Linux privilege escalation video because we go into really nice nuanced detail over it, but we can look at how to run the given scheduled task as a root user. Now, whether or not we would do it with a previously generated shell script that was generated by the root user and they deleted the script, right? But they forgot to delete the scheduled task. So now we can go and just recreate that script name exactly, put our own payload in it, and then the scheduled task will just run it for us at that interval, and then we'll end up getting that scheduled task or that file ran as a root user. That could be a way to do it. I know this kind of sounds a little bit complicated or complex. If you don't understand what I'm saying, please go watch that video because it will explain it. And then you can just go to the portion, the timestamp of the video that takes you to the scheduled task. But it's very, very useful. It's very handy, and it teaches you exactly what you would need to do to be able to establish a root reverse shell, not just a regular reverse shell. Although reverse shells in general, if you can just establish them, they're very handy, and you can use whatever that privilege level is to find higher privilege levels and then just repeat the process at a higher privilege level. But there are some ways that you can do it to actually, from the initial user that you are, to actually get a root user reverse shell using scheduled tasks. So all of those things are super exciting, and I recommend you go do some independent studies and go ahead and watch that Linux privilege escalation video. Okay, let's move on. The Linux version of this would just be to do crontab-L, and it will list all of the items that are inside of crontab. And you can also just pipe this, meaning feed it into a grep command, and inside of the grep command you can search for specific key phrases or patterns that might be interesting, or what you might expect or suspect to be potentially malicious commands that would be running. For example, looking for netcat connections, that could be something. So crontab-L is like a much more simpler version of trying to get the list of all of the scheduled tasks inside of Linux. But in general, the mitigation would be to monitor all task creation logs or events, right? So the event ID for a new task being created is 4698 in Windows, right? But if you just look at all of your files regularly, right, religiously almost, where you just look for whatever scheduled tasks are created and just keep track of them. And as they happen, you can remove them if they are malicious, and then block whoever was that removed them and launch a further investigation, so on and so forth. So it's just one of the best things that you can do is you can monitor those task creation logs. And then from the perspective of an attacker, you can look for task creation logs and see if any of them exist. And if they do exist, you want to wipe traces of your activities after you're done creating a task, so that if somebody's trying to do an investigation, they can't find those log items that points to tasks being created. Then we have restricting the cron job editing to privileged users. So this is one of those things where, you know, in the Linux privilege escalation video, we started at a lower level user, but we were able to modify or at least even access the cron job file. So just even if you want to be like super paranoid or super careful, you can remove even read access of on all of the crontab files, so that nobody other than privileged users, sudo users, admin users can actually view the contents of those scheduled tasks, right? So that would be another one of those things. And then auditing the scheduled tasks for unauthorized scripts is yet another one of those things. So when you find out that there's a scheduled task that's being created, you can immediately audit it to see whether or not it's malicious. But if you are being hired as the security engineer and there was a bunch of scheduled tasks that were already created and you just want to make sure that none of them are malicious, you can look at all of the ones that have been created to see if there are any unauthorized scripts that exist. And again, all of these things from the perspective of the attacker would be that, you know, if it is a privileged user that can only do the cron job editing, then you have to try to find other ways to become a privileged user. But if it's not a privileged user, if somebody else can actually edit the cron tab file, then you can go ahead and potentially use one of the other attack techniques to gain root privileges or admin privileges and elevate the privileges that you have as a basic user. All right, next we have the service creation for persistence. So this falls under the persistence and expanding on that initial foothold that you have. So attackers can actually create malicious services that automatically start on reboot, right? So this could be, again, something that goes as a part of that scheduled task portion, but it runs on startup, right? So if you create a malicious Windows service using the service create, right? So SC create, and then the name of the service, and then the path to that service, which would end up being that executable. And then you would give it the start time of auto, meaning it starts automatically on startup. And then you do SC start malicious service. You can do that right away, right? You can actually do this right here where it automatically runs, or you can create it and then do SC start malicious service. And then there's SC stop malicious service if you want to stop something from running. But this registers a backdoor as a system service that launches on startup, right? So this could potentially be one of those vectors that you can take advantage of, one of those techniques you can take advantage of to create a malicious Windows service. The Linux version seems to be a little bit more intimidating, but it really isn't. So you would echo a command, right? So you would echo this specific piece, so this whole thing right here. You would echo that into this file, which is the configuration file for systemd and system backdoor.service. Technically, this is a new service that's being created, right? So you would go ahead and echo this command in its entirety inside of this file right here. And then you would do systemctl enable that, and then systemctl start that. And this ensures that the reverse shell launches every time that the system boots. And if we wanted to look at this a little bit closer, we have, this is just a \n, which gives us a new line. And we have a description, which is the backdoor, new line, service, new line, execute, start. And then what it's doing right here is executing bin bash again. And then this piece right here, which we looked at in the previous example, which is it's going to use bash to execute netcat, which will then try to execute another bash session on the attacker's IP address on this port number. And again, this part doesn't necessarily have to be included. If it actually works, that's amazing. If not, you can just use a version of netcat command right here without this specific element, or excuse me, this specific element. So you can use this full netcat command just without this little piece right here, and it will still establish that reverse shell for you as long as you have a listener on this attacker IP address. And that listener would also have to be on that port number in order for this connection to be established. As long as you have that listener running, then once this command actually runs, then you should be able to get that reverse shell connection, which would then allow you to either elevate your privileges or do a variety of other things. But this could also be done in a manner for which will actually, or through which I should say, a manner through which you can get root privileges from a lower level user once this command actually executes and you have that remote shell connection. That reverse shell connection could actually launch as a root user and not just a lower level normal user. This would require more advanced conversations. You can again refer to the Linux privilege escalation video. However, it is possible to go from a lower level user that can potentially execute a service, and then from that reverse shell connection, you would be able to gain root level or admin level privileges. To be able to detect these types of activities and mitigate against these services, these malicious services, on Windows, you can run a commandlet called get service, and then you will look for executable or .exe or exe inside of that service, because I mean there could be a service name that has exe in it, so I would search for .exe potentially as a match, just so we can have that extension that we're looking for. But essentially you're looking for all of the services where the object name, right, has that exe, the object path name, we should even say. The object path name has exe inside of it, and then you would get all of those, and then you would see if any of those would be malicious through further investigation. For Linux, you can do systemctl list all of the units that are service types, and then you would just look at all the services that are running. This is going to be a big output, so you would use something similar to this for the piping of this command, so that you can look at specific types of services that are running, or specific names inside of the services that are running, that would potentially give you a more honed in approach, a sharper approach, because there's a very big chance that when you list all of the services, it's going to be a long list, and then you'll have to try to find some other way to sift and sort through all of that list. Now, the mitigations for this would be to monitor new service creations on Windows as event ID 7045, or to restrict access to the etc systemd system location, which prevents unauthorized service modifications. So this is obviously for Linux and Unix systems. This is obviously for Windows systems. And again, you're looking from the perspective of the defensive person when you look at these things, and you can look at these things from the perspective of an offensive person and be like, okay, well, how can I mitigate for this, right? How can I, as an offensive, as a pen tester person, how can I try to find ways to cover my tracks so that these types of things don't get me in trouble? Right, so maybe the executable, because there's a big possibility that there are multiple executables running on this Windows machine. So it's not like just because there's an executable or exe inside of the path name, this is automatically going to be a red flag. It's just that that's what we're looking for. So there are other ways that you can potentially disguise that service so it doesn't seem malicious, right? And then same thing for this one. If you're looking at services that are being listed inside of the systemctl output, then again, you can try to find ways to disguise that activity so it doesn't automatically pop out and stand out, and you would get yourself blocked and blacklisted immediately. So look at all of these defensive mitigation stuff also from the perspective of a pen tester, so you can see what the defenses are that you need to avoid, right? So that's a very important piece of all of these things as well. Okay, let's move on to reverse shells and backdoor implantation. So reverse shells for remote access. Again, there's another great video inside of the Junior Pen Tester training series. It's called What the Shell, and it's towards the end of this series, and it's already live and up and running. By the time you see this, it's going to be available, and it's a long video, and we talk about binding shells or bind shells as well as reverse shells, and we go through several exercises for creating bind shells and reverse shells. So this is something that the overview that you see right here is, there's a lot more information that can expand on it for you if you're willing to invest the time and the mental energy to actually go watch that video and learn more about it. So it'll be very, very handy and useful to you. But basically, reverse shells allow attackers to execute commands on compromised machines remotely. So a shell, right? So when you establish a shell, so think about the command line, right? If you've ever seen a command line, that's technically a shell. Now that shell can be remote connected to another machine, and it could be done through either a bind shell, which is me sending the request to a listener, or a reverse shell where I have the listener active on my machine, and from that side I'm trying to establish a connection to me, right? So they're essentially the same thing for trying to establish a remote shell or remote connection. It's just that the reverse shell is coming from the victim machine to my attack box, and my attack box, my attacking IP address, my attacking machine, is the one that's listening, right? So that's what reverse shells are. Now, reverse shells tend to be simpler and they tend to be a little bit more reliable. This is why it's one of the big topics inside of CompTIA PenTest Plus, but bind shells are also possible. So you need to know about both bind shells as well as reverse shells. But the overall concept is you establish a command line connection remotely. Now, this monster of a command that you see right here is a PowerShell reverse shell to the attacker's machine. The key elements here are this piece right here where you have the attacker IP on the port 4444, and then it's using the systemnet sockets TCP client object to actually establish this connection, right? And then the rest of it, it seems overwhelming, but there's a method to the madness that is this command right here. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a deeper explanation for this, but you don't need to know this piece by piece. If you do know it piece by piece, you'll be very proficient and you will have a really, I wouldn't say really easy time, but you would have an easier time to look at any kind of command that's similar to this. A lot of these things, for example, have to do with encoding. So when you see encoding right here, it doesn't have much to do with the functionality of the command, but what it does do, it helps you bypass antivirus and firewalls and intrusion detection systems, right? But when you look at the main portion of this, is this thing right here. This is like the big piece right here, which is going to establish that connection. And then after the fact, you have the stream variable that's created, and the stream variable is going to say client, which is this guy right here, this new object, this piece right here. It's going to say, hey, client, I want you to get the stream, and then at the byte level, etc., etc. So I'm going to go ahead and get the breakdown of this so that it makes a little bit more sense for you in case you're curious. This is a PowerShell script, and PowerShell it's like a PowerShell series of commands, I should say. And PowerShell tends to be, I think in my opinion, it's a little bit more complex than Bash scripting. Bash tends to be a little bit more straightforward, and Python tends to be a little bit more straightforward. So PowerShell is not as straightforward, but once you actually kind of wrap your head around what a commandlet typically looks like, which is, get stream. So there's like a verb and then there's a noun after the fact. New object, right? So all of these things, when you actually can recognize what a commandlet looks like, get bytes, right? Once you recognize those things, you can be like, oh, okay, this is a PowerShell script, number one. And number two, just by looking at what it is, you're like, oh, you know what? They're creating a new object, and that new object is fitting inside of this variable. And now this specific piece right here, this new variable is going to have that first variable that's going to have this other commandlet attached to it. And then we have a new variable, and those variables are going to, etc., etc. And then this piece of it is actually kind of like a while loop that you can see right here. So when you have basic understanding of scripting, then you can, for lack of a better word, decipher what a script is trying to do. But again, I'm just going to give you some more explanation on this, just so it makes your life a little bit easier and you can kind of understand this on a deeper level. Okay, so we start from the very beginning. We first establish the connection. So there's a variable called client that's being created here. And this client variable has a new object, and the object is system.net sockets TCP client that's trying to connect to this IP address on this port number. So it creates a TCP connection to the IP address on port 4444. And then we want to retrieve the stream. So this is another chunk right here. This gets the network stream object that's associated with that TCP connection that we just established. Then we receive and execute those commands. So the while loop that follows around, it continuously receives commands from the attacker and executes them using the IEX and then the data variable, which is invoke and expression. IEX is an acronym for the invoke expression commandlet, and the output of this would be captured and then sent back to the attacker. So this actually is just a repetitive loop that continuously receives commands from the attacker and then executes them on using the invoke expression, right? Then we have sending the output back to the attacker. So this is another variable that we're creating. Anything that starts with this $sign is essentially a variable in the syntax of Windows machines. And so this one has the first variable plus PS, which is just a literal PS that's going to be typed out, plus print working directory, and then get a path, plus this that's going to be typed out. So it adds a command prompt to the output, making it look like a standard PowerShell prompt. This is how you kind of cover your tracks a little bit. And then you have the stream variable, that very first one, write to it these bytes and this, which sends the output back to the attacker. And then you have the closing of the connection, which the client.close closes the TCP connection when the loop exits. So you remove yourself or remove whatever the live connection is, so that if they're running netstat to see what the network connections are, you no longer show up on those lists of connections, because you just established your quick little reverse shell and then you closed this connection so that you don't have to worry about it anymore. Something along those lines, right? So this is kind of like the gist of everything that we just looked at, but we can go ahead and kind of analyze this a little bit more, right? So if we were to look at this again, so we have that initial client variable, which is the new object, system net sockets, etc., TCP client. So all of this piece is one piece right here. So, and then these semicolons are the separators that separate these chunks of commands. So this is one piece right here, and that piece establishes that TCP connection to our attacking IP address, right? So it's going to connect back to our IP address on port 4444. And then we have the next piece, which is the stream variable, which is that client get stream. And then this right here, this is just the one little small chunk. So this gets the network stream object that's associated with that TCP connection. And then we have the next piece right here, which falls into our while loop right here. So this piece, so let's try to find the semicolon that separates this whole thing, which is right here. So it says while the integer, or the increment, I should say, reads bytes at this much, because we've established this in advance. So it goes from 0 to 65,535, which is the number of ports. So it goes while this is the bytes that we have right there, and it goes from 0 to the full length of the bytes. Then I want you to execute this new object type name system text ASCII encoding, get the string of the bytes, etc. Right? So this continuously receives commands from the attacker and executes them using the IEX data element, which is going to be this piece right here. So we have the send back. So we've created a send back. I want to say that it's here somewhere. Or I'm sorry, we're creating the send back. My apologies. So we're creating the send back variable right here, which executes the IEX, which is the invoke expression, and it does it on the data variable, which was created inside of our while loop right here, which is the inside of the data variable. We have a new object type system text ASCII encoding. So this send back will do invoke expression of this data, and it's going to be an output string. And then we have the second send back that we created that's supposed to be our kind of like trickery to try to make it seem like this is legitimate. And then it's going to have the send byte, right? So the stream will actually send those bytes, which sends the output back to the actual attacker. And then finally we have client close and stream flush, meaning it just wipes the stream variable. So it's complex, right? You need to have a good understanding of PowerShell scripting, which I couldn't even give you all of that because I don't have, my strongest language is Python. So I had to go ahead and get an explanation for you to try to get this a little bit better for you. However, I know enough of PowerShell to understand that, okay, they're creating a couple of variables throughout this process. These variables are invoking these certain connections. The big thing that stands out to me based on previous exercises is this piece right here, which is that TCP client attacker ID, etc., because this is trying to connect to the attacker IP on this port via TCP. So that piece, I'm like, oh, this is a remote connection. Like whatever this is right here, this whole thing is trying to do a remote connection to this attacker IP on that port number, right? That one is a dead giveaway. And then from that, I understand, oh, this is trying to establish a remote connection. It's going to be doing it through whatever this port is, which means they're launching a shell They're trying to do a remote connection to the command line so that they can have a C2 server, a command and control connection to this machine, whatever this machine is that this is being run on, so that they have a persistent connection, right? They have persistence on this machine. And this creates an interactive PowerShell session for remote control. That's basically what this whole giant thing is trying to do right here. Now, here's how amazingly simple it is when you run it from a Linux machine. So this is coming from the victim machine, right? So the victim machine that was just a Windows machine is now coming from a Linux machine, and we're just doing a netcat to the connection of the attacker IP port 4444. We've already seen this in multiple instances, for example, the scheduled tasks and the services that were created, except now we're just doing it directly from Linux, and we're the Linux command line, we're just typing this out, pressing enter, and it creates that reverse shell. This just requires that there's a listener waiting on the other side on the attacker's IP. And same thing with the Windows command that we just saw. It requires that there's a listener waiting on the attacker's IP so that when that command actually runs, this connection can be established on port 4444. So detecting these types of things, it would be to monitor outbound connections to unusual IPs. So first of all, just monitor all of the outbound connections, whether or not they're legitimate or not, because you don't know if that outbound connection has been hijacked by somebody malicious and now they're running commands on behalf of the quote-unquote legitimate user. So you want to monitor all of the outbound connections to unusual IPs. You want to use host-based firewalls to block reverse shell traffic. Host-based firewall resides on the host that is being connected to, and it blocks reverse shell traffic. So there's a certain type of traffic that you can actually block on that host-based firewall, especially if the host in question is a very important host, a data server, for example, or some kind of sensitive machine that has the users that have been installed on it, or connections, or it's on a subnet that is a very sensitive subnet, and you want to make sure that that specific host on that subnet, or we should say all of the hosts on that subnet, have a host-based firewall that blocks reverse shell traffic. And then implement application whitelisting to prevent unauthorized script execution. So this means very similar to blacklisting, right? So application whitelisting means that there's a handful of applications that are allowed to run and everything else is blocked by default, right? So you have a default deny or a default blacklist, and then there's a handful of applications that have been whitelisted that are allowed to run, and then everything else is unauthorized and it's not allowed to run, it's not allowed to execute anything. Commandlets can be blocked in this manner. There are a lot of things that you can block when you go into the nuanced details of things. So you can actually whitelist a handful of things, and then everything else by default can be blocked, because it's easier to do that than to allow everything and then try to block, a million different things. So you can block everything and then just allow a handful of things. Backdoor implantation was actually another attack type that we covered inside of the Linux privilege escalation video. And make FIFO, make first in, first out, creates a pipe, right? And then it creates it in this location. And then the netcat listener. So in this particular case, this machine is implementing a netcat listener on port 4444. And then this backpipe, this pipe that was just created, this make FIFO, this is going to be connected to that listener. And then there's going to be a bin bash, so binary of bash, that's going to launch when that happens. And then this entire piece right here, this wonderful piece right here, is going to be forwarded to our backpipe that was just created. And then 2.2.1 is going to just remove all of the errors or any kind of permission error type of situation. So make FIFO is a really interesting command that will create a backdoor. Essentially, it's going to create a pipe that will be available for you so that you can go ahead and connect to it at your leisure, essentially. So this also will launch a shell, a remote connection shell. It's just a much more, I would say, sophisticated way of creating that shell or having access to that remote connection by actually creating a backdoor, like an open pipe that goes from this machine to your machine, and then you can connect to it at any point on this port 4444. And here's another way that we can do this using MSF Venom to actually create a backdoor and then hide it in a legitimate Windows executable, for example, notepad.exe. And just after having gone through so many of these pen testing exercises and seeing how often notepad.exe is used for malicious intent, I'm literally so suspicious of any kind of instance of notepad.exe where I'm like, I wonder if there's somebody that's using this to establish some kind of a remote shell or something. But it's like there are so many people that actually use it as just a basic text file to keep notes or kind of like a sticky note or something, that it's like you would, I mean, in an environment where there, or in an enterprise environment where there are like thousands of employees, you can rest assured that a few dozen, if not a few hundred of them, are going to have a legitimate instance of Notepad running, which is what makes this such a great attack vector. It's like it's a legit tool, it's a legit piece of software that's being used, but it's also one of the most attractive elements of attackers. So MSF Venom is something that we talked about when we created the Metasploit videos inside of the Junior Pentester Training Series. So when you go through those Junior Pentester Training Series towards the end, you're going to find several videos, I think 4 videos on Metasploit. And then inside of that, we do a bunch of payload creation using MSF Venom, which is one of the adjacent kind of ancillary pieces of the Metasploit framework, and it creates payloads. So this is how you call on MSF Venom. The payload that we want to create is a Windows Meterpreter, which is basically Metasploit's version of saying a reverse shell, and it's going to be a reverse TCP connection, and then the listening host is the attacker's IP address, and then the listening port is 4444. The format is an executable, and then we're going to output this whole thing inside of this notepad.exe file. And then this payload needs to be transferred to the actual victim machine. And then from there, whenever it runs, right? So you could actually have this be a scheduled task, for example. And whenever that runs and this executable launches, there's going to be a connection attempt to this IP address on this port, which means you need to have a listener on this IP address on that port, so that whenever this attempt connection is done, or connection attempt is done, whenever that happens, you actually have a listener that can capture that connection attempt, and then now you have a backdoor or another attempt at a reverse shell. So MSF Venom is very, very powerful. It's super freaking handy because you can create a bunch of executables and payloads and a variety of different formats for Windows, for Linux, for Unix, etc., for Android, for iOS, all of those things. So there's a lot of great things that you can do with MSF Venom. It is a hacker's best friend, in my humble opinion. Metasploit in general, that framework is massive and it's super, super useful to hackers and pen testers. So that would be one of those things that I would, again, encourage you to go discover and do some independent studies so you can learn more about Metasploit. In the lab portion of this training series for CompTIA PenTest Plus, when we get to the practical element and we start doing labs and things like that, we're going to be using Metasploit a lot. And this is going to be one of those, again, it's just going to be probably your favorite tool in your hacker toolbox, so to speak. The mitigations against backdoors would be to scan system binaries for unauthorized modifications. So any kind of modification to a system binary, which is the most sensitive files on a system. Any modification that's done to that should be looked at very closely. Normal users should not have permission to modify system binaries. So that's one of the key things that you can do to try to avoid this kind of attack taking place, is to look for all of the system binaries and block access to them and only allow admins and root users to be able to do it. And then use endpoint detection and response EDR tools to detect malicious processes. So this is kind of just an advanced monitoring tool that will allow for malicious processes, and it will scan any kind of process that's running to see if there is some kind of a payload inside of it that would be malicious, right? It'll look at this notepad executable and it'll say, hey, you know what? This doesn't seem right. This should not be running inside of this executable. that's a funky little thing that's going on, or this interpreter thing that's running inside of this executable, that's funky, that should not be running. So EDR tools are very, very useful in that regard. Now, from the perspective of the attacker, when you look at these mitigations, you are going to scan the system for system binaries that you can modify, that your level user, whatever you're connected as, can actually modify that thing. And if that's the case, you want to go after that to try to create some kind of a binary or some kind of modification to that binary so that you can establish your backdoor. And then again, look for, it's kind of hard to see if there's an endpoint detection and response, but usually what happens is on the host that's running, there is some kind of a connection that's established to a server somewhere else that is detecting and monitoring that specific host. So if you're logged into a host that you just hacked into, you can actually look at the list of connections and the list of tasks, services, all those things that are running. And from that list, you might be able to notice that, oh, hey, there's a connection to Splunk that's running on this thing. So this is probably being monitored by a tool. So I should be a little bit more careful as I go about this. So you can look through the active connections and through the current tasks that are running on a machine to see if there is actually an EDR tool that's connected to it. All right, so now let's talk about these C2 frameworks for long-term control. So what is a command and control framework? Or why don't we start with what is command and control? Now, command and control is basically everything that we've been talking about so far. You have one server or one machine that's connected to another machine, and the first one is controlling the second one. So our attacker IP that we've seen in all of these examples, that attacker IP is controlling the victim machine. It has command and control over that machine. And we call this a C2 server or a C2 connection. Now, there are ways, just like everything else we've talked about up until this point, especially in the attacks and exploits module, there are tools that can make this a little bit easier for you. So for example, a framework that can actually establish a C2 connection for you, and then as a part of that, you can control multiple compromised machines from a central server, and that will allow you to encrypt the communication to evade detection. It'll allow you to deploy new payloads and move laterally through the networks because you can do it through this massive framework, very similar to what Metasploit actually does. These specific frameworks have been designed for this type of work. It's just designed for command and control. And when you have something that's dedicated to an activity like this, there are a lot of neat little features that are attached to it. For example, encrypting the entire communication, which allows you to send commands back and forth, and they won't be seen as plain text, so they're just harder to detect those commands that you're running through your connection. So this is a really, really cool series of tools, and they're very useful when it comes down to pen testing. Cobalt Strike is the first one. So this is a commercial grade C2 framework used for stealthy post-exploitation, meaning this is commercial grade. Anytime you see that, that means there's like a paid version. There's an expensive paid version. This creates a persistent beacon in Cobalt Strike. A beacon sends out the connection request or sends out the data connection beacon. Like, think about a beacon. It's like an antenna, right? So it's sending out a persistent beacon in Cobalt Strike. So there's a PowerShell command that's going to have a hidden window, which is very, very important in this whole process. And so a new object is being created in a hidden window, and it's going to run this invoke expression, which is a web client downloading the string beacon PS1, which is going to download this PowerShell script. So you see PS1, anytime you see .ps1 in the extension, just understand that that's a PowerShell script that is running or being downloaded. So this invoke expression command is essentially downloading this script. And so it's going to now download, and this would probably be a part of a series of commands that would then run this script. And this script is going to make the machine that it's downloaded on, it's going to make it act as a beacon that will allow us to connect to it using Cobalt Strike. So running a PowerShell-based beacon that calls home to the C2 server. Now this beacon right here is available through Cobalt Strike, so it just kind of does a lot of the work for you. this piece right here is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. This is basically just a glorified command to download something from the internet, and then once it's downloaded, that piece right there is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. Now, this is the download page for Cobalt Strike. This is available through download.cobaltstrike.com/download. And when you land on there, it's asking you for a license key because this is a commercial grade tool that you got to pay for. So if we actually go to their homepage, or no, it actually even tries to connect us to this. So if we, this is it. So this is their homepage right here, cobaltstrike.com. You can actually request pricing, meaning that this is not just a standard tiered pricing. There are multiple products here. So we do have, under the product line, we have the beacon, we have malleable, interoperability, community, flexibility, UDRL, and then there are, I mean, just a variety of other things that are available. And then of course there are bundles that you can purchase right here. These things are not cheap. Anytime, this is kind of like something that I've established after some experience. Anytime you see request pricing, you can just rest assured that this thing is not cheap. So how much is the average license of Cobalt Strike? So let's see what the internet tells us for the pricing of this. So the average license based on a 1-year license for Cobalt Strike costs as low as $3,540 per user. The price is also for responsible buyers, as developer Fortra vets all prospective users before purchase, which is very, very nice. It's like ethical of them because they're creating a command and control software. So obviously they want to vet all of the people who want to buy it to make sure that they're not selling their software to malicious actors, which I actually respect. So it's not just a part of, you know, selling something expensive. It's also to vet the users so that nobody malicious uses it, which, you know, that my mind didn't go there. My mind automatically was like, oh, they're going to charge us $1 million for this. But it's, I guess, relative to what it can do, it's not that expensive. $35.40 is not that bad relative to the power that this thing has. So just a couple of quick bullet points here. So the features, some of the key features, because you just saw that there's a bunch of things you can do. So it deploys fileless payloads to evade antivirus detection, meaning that there are no files that can be downloaded because most antivirus software looks for the file itself and it scans the file itself. So if you can deploy a payload without a file being downloaded, then antivirus, or, you know, some of the more basic antivirus tools can't detect you, therefore you can evade the strike and or the avoid being detected, avoid your strike being detected. MSF Venom is another one of these things that can actually, when you establish a meterpreter connection using MSF Venom, or I should say Metasploit meterpreter is one of these things that also has a fileless payload that you can actually establish the connection without a file being downloaded. Therefore, it helps to evade antivirus detection. Mimicking legitimate network traffic to bypass monitoring. That's what it looks like, because it's going to encrypt it. It's going to mimic a lot of the, it could be establishing the connection on one of the more common ports that are used for normal network traffic instead of using port 4444, because that just automatically is a red flag. It's like, what is this for? Like, again, after doing so many different pen testing exercises, anytime I see port 4444 or 7777 or anything like that inside of a log file when I'm doing analysis, I'm like, oh, that's for sure like a connection from Metasploit or something, or like a netcat connection or something like that. So when you use legitimate ports or try to mimic network traffic, legitimate network traffic on port 43, or excuse me, 443, or on port 80, or on port 53, or any of these super common ports, then it's like, okay, it's a little bit harder to be detected. And then sleeping commands to reduce detection risk, which is also really handy. Sleep basically idles the command or the connection that you're trying to do, or sending packets or data or anything like that. When you put sleep 10, it pauses for 10 seconds, right? Or if you do sleep 300, it pauses for 300 seconds. So these types of things actually makes the connection seem less hazardous, because it's not this active connection that's sending 1 million packets per second. It's sleeping. It's taking its time before sending these packets back and forth and these frames back and forth. So it's harder to detect and it's harder to flag as malicious. Now, detecting and mitigating Cobalt Strike would be to monitor for unusual HTTPS traffic patterns, because HTTPS is encrypted. So when you look for HTTPS traffic, you're looking at encrypted traffic, but because it's encrypted, it's very hard to decrypt if you don't have the key for that. So you're looking at the patterns of the traffic that would end up being your alerts or your red flags. So what types of, at what time of the day are these connections being made? What is the data that is trying to be accessed through this connection? What port number is this on, right? And a variety of different things that you can ask for. This could be one of those things that you can go ahead and chat with Meta AI or Gemini or GPT and just be like, hey, listen, when it comes down to using Cobalt Strike, if I'm trying to detect this, what type of HTTPS traffic patterns should I be on the lookout for that might imply that somebody is actually using Cobalt Strike against me? And then when you learn about that, you can make sure that you account for that as an attacker to make sure you don't do those things so that you're not detected. And you're using behavioral analysis to detect command execution anomalies. So behavioral analysis essentially means that you have a baseline of activity that you expect to happen on a given machine or on a given network. And that baseline is all the normal behavior. And everything that falls out of that baseline is considered an anomaly. So if you have a really strong baseline, anything that falls out of that would be something that would raise a red flag. And then you have blocking outbound traffic to known Cobalt Strike domains, which is just really good work as a security engineer. Just you look for all of the known Cobalt Strike domains, which you can find through a few different Google searches. It's not that complicated, that hard to find. And then everything that's known as a Cobalt Strike domain, you block. And it's fairly straightforward. That's like a really easy, straightforward, low-hanging fruit kind of a defensive strategy that you should definitely consider if you're on the defensive team or on the purple team. Let's say you're looking at defensive strategy through the lens, through the perspective of a pen tester, which is the purple team. Our next one is Empire, the open source PowerShell C2 framework. So open source, key phrase here. So this is the opposite of a commercial tool. It's free. So it's an open source post-exploitation framework for PowerShell and Python-based attacks. So it helps you create a persistent stager or a persistent connector. Now, a stager is another one of those things that we talked about when we were looking at the Metasploit videos, because we were talking about staged and stageless types of payloads that can be used. And a staged payload comes in two pieces, right? So there's the stager, which is that initial payload that goes through. It's a smaller file, and it establishes the connection to download the staged or the second part of the stage, I should say. So this will essentially invoke another web expression, right? So it can download a string, which is being the empire.ps1 file. So it's downloading the stager. And then when the stager launches, which is this script right here, when it launches, it runs the rest of it, which ends up downloading the rest of the pieces. So this downloads and executes an Empire payload in memory, meaning in your random access memory, in your RAM memory. And when it does that, it does not download something directly into the hard drive. It does it in a volatile memory that will wipe every time that the machine is fully restarted. So this helps to, again, kind of one of those things where you will run the payload without actually setting off, hopefully you will run it without setting off too many red flags or too many alerts. So now there are a few different ways that we can look at getting access to Empire. So there is a GitHub repository from what I understand. Now this one right here, it says it was updated in the last year. So seems to be one of the more recent ones. Based on the AI output that we received up here, it said that the most recent version was maintained by BC Security. And then we have the Kali Linux website that also has it as one of the packages and binaries that can be downloaded and installed. So this is the PowerShell Empire that is available that you can download and install on your distribution of Kali Linux. And I tend to have a lot of reliance on the Kali.org website because it's where Kali Linux can be downloaded, and then you can rest assured of, for example, compared to downloading something from GitHub that can actually be modified, you can be a little bit more rest assured that downloading it from Kali.org is a bit safer. So this is the various ways that you can actually get access to the Empire framework. Some of the key features of Empire is that it has fileless execution to avoid disk forensics. It has modules for privilege escalation and lateral movement, and it evades traditional signature-based detection. So some of the things that you really look for in a tool like this. And so when you're detecting and mitigating the Empire C2 activity, you want to monitor for PowerShell processes that are running in hidden mode. For example, that -w hidden command, which is running a command or running a window essentially in hidden mode. So you definitely want to look out for anything like that that's running in the background. You want to inspect outbound traffic for connections to unknown C2 servers. Very, very basic element right here, but very important. And then you want to disable PowerShell for non-administrative users, which is again really, really important, right? So this is one of the key things that when I got hired at the job that I'm at right now, the very first thing on the first day that I did was I was like, let me see if I can open up PowerShell. And I could. And they have to let me use it because I do need to use it. But there are a lot of things that I am not allowed to do on PowerShell. And I can't download Python. I can't install Python. I can't run any kind of a Python file. And it's, there are definitely limitations to what I am allowed to do. But that was like the first thing I did. I was like, ooh, it's a Windows machine. Let me see if I can launch PowerShell. So you want to see from the perspective of the attacker, from the pen tester, that's also something that you want to check for to see, oh, I wonder if I could run PowerShell. Let's see what we can do here. And with that, we have arrived at our practice questions for Module 5, Section 1. And these are all the stuff for establishing, maintaining persistence, just like everything else that we've done with practice questions so far. I got to give you a couple of disclosures just so you understand where all of this stuff is coming from. Number one, we are forbidden from sharing the actual questions that are going to be available on the CompTIA PenTest Plus examination. There are NDAs that are signed that legally prohibit us from sharing those questions, because then people can just study the questions and memorize the answers, and that way they can kind of hack their way into passing the exam without actually really knowing what they're talking about, and then they get access to something that can potentially give them like too much power that they haven't earned, right? And the other piece of that is, honestly, even if you had all of those questions, there are so many different variations of the examination, because there are like hundreds of questions, but you don't get to see hundreds of questions in the exam. So there are so many different randomized variations of the exams that it's very difficult to try to memorize everything and think that you've prepared yourself for something. So that's one. The second piece is that these questions I have not seen myself. I compiled them, I put them inside of this slideshow, but to maintain authenticity and to try to go through this with the same eyes that you're going through it, I did not review these questions in advance to try to find the answer. So there are occasionally questions that I will not have a very, confident answer to. And that does not necessarily mean that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, which is something that I have seen previously in the comment. It was literally actually one person that commented on it, but it sat on my heart and it upset me. And I just want to make sure that I point that out. This is not something that I studied in advance, right? I'm going through these questions the first time, similar to what you're going through, and I was just kind of in a zone when I was copying and pasting everything inside of these slides, because I just didn't want to sit there and like analyze each question just to memorize it in advance, because it kind of prevents me from thinking through it. Which brings me to my very last point. What I'm going to go through here is the method that I take to approach these questions, to use critical thinking and process of elimination and a variety of different tactics to actually mentally work through the question. And from there, we find the answer. And so what I want to teach you is that process. I want to teach you how to think and how to come to your own conclusions, so that you don't have to sit there and memorize questions and answers, but you can attack any question that is presented to you and feel confident that you can find the answer for it. And finally, I don't know if I said finally on the last one, but finally, we have multiple choice questions. We have multiple response questions that require more than one response, more than one answer. And then we have scenario-based questions. And then as we go through the scripting portion and the lab exercises at the end of this training series, you will learn how to analyze scripts, and you'll learn how to analyze code and essentially run through the practical elements of a pen test so that you can recognize those types of practice questions as well. All right, question 1. Which of the following best describes the purpose of persistence in a pen test? To increase password cracking speed, to evade intrusion detection systems permanently, to maintain access to a compromised system after reboot or termination, to escalate privileges immediately upon exploitation. So this is actually really great series of answers here, because some of them, these last three especially, are, I can like make an argument for why all of them would actually be an answer to this. So number 1 is not to increase password cracking speed. That has nothing to do with persistence really in a pen test. To evade intrusion detection systems permanently, that piece right there is kind of suspicious, but you definitely want to evade intrusion detection. That's one good thing about it. To maintain access to a compromised system, that part's great. After reboot or termination, that part is a little bit suspicious. And then we have to escalate privileges immediately upon exploitation. This is not really a part of persistence, so I'm going to eliminate D. This is more privilege escalation, and upon exploitation, you want to try to escalate your privileges. That doesn't necessarily fall under persistence, although privilege escalation can be a part of persistence. But I think they're saying the best description of the purpose of persistence, and for me, it would be either B or C. Now, to maintain access to a compromised system sounds much more likely in my mind than to evade intrusion detection permanently. So I'm going to say C, but it could be B. So let's see if I'm right or wrong. Okay, great. It's C. That's excellent. Okay, I'm very excited about that. Okay, which Windows feature is most commonly abused to create persistence via scheduled execution? So this is a very big key here. So registry keys, task scheduler, the obvious answer. I would go for the obvious answer. Windows Defender policies, DNS caching service. So it's definitely not the DNS thing. Windows Defender policies is not abused to create persistence via scheduled execution. So for me, it's B. I'm just going to say B. There you go. Task scheduler, there's scheduled execution. I don't think there are going to be very many questions that are going to be this obvious, but process of elimination here. Okay, moving on to the next one. Which C2 command and control framework is commercial and widely used in red team operations? And that would be Cobalt Strike. Metasploit framework is open source, although it does have a enterprise paid version. Empire is open source. Beef is also another open source tool that is the browser exploitation framework. And so the browser exploitation framework is enough. It can actually be used for command and control, because you technically hook somebody's browser, and through that you can try to do a variety of other tasks. But they're asking about a C2 framework specifically, and Cobalt Strike is the one that is commercial and widely used. So a reverse shell differs from a bind shell. See, we did talk about this. You see, it wasn't in the documentation, but I did mention it, and I would highly recommend you go check out the What the Shell video. So a reverse shell differs from a bind shell in that it encrypts traffic with SSL by default. That's not true. The victim machine initiates the connection back to the attacker. That's true. It cannot bypass firewalls. Also not true. It requires elevated privilege to launch. That's also not true. The most likely answer, which is like 100%, the victim machine initiates the connection back to the attacker. If the attacker initiates the connection to the victim, that's called a bind shell. When the victim initiates it to the attacker, it's a reverse shell. Yes. Which Linux persistence technique creates a service that executes malicious payloads on boot? So SSH key injection is not it. This is more for remote connections using somebody's SSH key instead of their password. Systemd unit service creation. This is a persistence technique that creates a service. Firewall rule manipulation does not create a service. You can manipulate firewall rules, sure, but you're not creating a service that executes malicious payloads. And cron job deletion is also not creating a service. It's deleting a chronological job, a scheduled task. So systemd unit service creation, yes. Which of the following are common methods attackers use to establish persistence? Select 2 here. So creating scheduled tasks, yes. Installing backdoors, yes. Hashcat brute force attacks. Hashcat dumps hash values for people's credentials. So this is not necessarily it. This could be potentially a part of this whole process, but it's not the obvious answer. Packet sniffing with Wireshark is network system monitoring or traffic monitoring, and it could lead to man-in-the-middle attacks and things like that. So it has nothing to do with using it to establish persistence. A and B would be the answers here. Which of the following are considered C2 frameworks that support persistence operations? So we're going to select 2 here. Wireshark is a traffic monitor. Empire and Cobalt Strike are C2 frameworks. Nmap is an enumeration tool. It's a network mapper, network scanner. So B and C. Which persistence techniques are most likely to survive a reboot on Windows systems? Select 2. Registry run keys, Windows services, in-memory PowerShell payloads, ARP spoofing. ARP spoofing is address resolution protocol that deals with mostly MAC addresses. So it's another way of just saying that you're spoofing MAC addresses or ARP connections. And we have registry run keys that I don't think they fall into this. B and C tend to be kind of like the common answers here, but Windows services is one of those persistent techniques, and an in-memory PowerShell is another one of those things that I believe it should survive a reboot. Oh no, see, I was wrong, and I just said that B and C tend to be the other one. In memory, that's actually, you know what? That was a very silly mistake. In memory implies that it's in the random access memory, and if it's in random access memory, that gets wiped on reboot. Whenever you reboot a machine, the RAM memory, the in-memory, whatever is there, gets wiped. So that was actually a really silly mistake on my part. That was stupid. So registry run keys, even though I kind of don't understand what that means. I know it's part of the Windows registry, and you can establish a key inside of the registry. So that kind of I can deduce what that means. In Windows services, I know that works. But in-memory PowerShell payloads, that was a stupid answer. So the answer is A and B. All right, scenario. A pen tester gains system-level access on a Windows server. They want to maintain a persistence. They want to maintain persistence so that their payload executes every time the machine reboots. They configure a malicious binary to launch via this registry key. So what technique is the tester using? That is the registry run key persistence right here. So this is when you see HKLM and things like this is a registry path right here. So that is great. Systemd service has to do with Linux, so it's not Windows. Reverse shell is just a type of remote connection that you can establish. We're talking about system level access. They want to maintain persistence. So this will be the big piece right here. Beaconing C2 implant can work, except this is not what we're talking about right here. So registry run keys is what we're doing. During a red team engagement, you compromise a Linux host inside a financial network. To ensure persistence, you create a cron job that runs your script every 30 minutes. Which persistence does this best represent? It would be a scheduled task, which is a cron job. This is also a dead giveaway because cron job is in the answer, and it says in the question as well. A WPS brute force attack, not really. Kerberos golden ticket, also not really, because this is a part of the ticket granting service and ticket granting ticket process for credentials. WPS brute force was WPS. Oh, what does that stand for? We definitely talked about it here, and I am drawing a blank on this one. But this is not it. And a reverse shell could be a part of this, but this is a scheduled task specifically that we are launching. An attacker compromises a host and implants a backdoor that connects to a Cobalt Strike beacon. The beacon checks in with the C2 server every 60 seconds, allowing the attacker to issue commands, upload files, So which persistent strategy is this an example of? This is, I accidentally scrolled down. It is a C2 framework persistence because Cobalt Strike is a C2 framework. Service injection, we're not injecting anything into a server or a service, I should say. We have task scheduler that potentially can be, because it's every 60 seconds, that's kind of like a trick right here. That's saying every 60 seconds, so it kind of makes you think of a task that's being scheduled. And an in-memory payload, this does not imply anything that has to do with that. And especially if it's implanting a backdoor in memory, as we established in a previous question, gets wiped every single time that the system is rebooted. So this would not be a good backdoor option because it would get wiped every single time. So C2 framework persistence. A pen tester installs a backdoor that creates a reverse shell to their attack machine only when the victim visits a specific website. This allows stealthy on-demand persistence. So specific website right here is an encrypted, right? Do they talk about encryption? No, it doesn't. But if it's visiting a website, I'm going to assume that it's an encrypted conversation. It's an encrypted connection, HTTPS, remember? So this allows stealthy, which is again encryption, and on-demand persistence. So this is there are a few hints in here that tell us that this is an encrypted connection. So which of the following best describes this? Task scheduler abuse, no. System depersistence, no. Conditional reverse shell backdoor, VPN credential theft. This does not. This is actually tricky. I know it's not task scheduler. Watch it be task scheduler. I know it's not A. I would say conditional reverse shell backdoor. That could be it. It could be a conditional reverse shell backdoor. It could be it. System depersistence. This has to do with services, and I don't think this has anything. So I don't think it's A or B. It would be between C and D. VPN credential theft. So a VPN allows you to have stealthy website connections, right? So it's a virtual private network and encrypts your connections. So that is interesting, but it's credential theft that is kind of throwing me off, because it would just mean that you got their credentials and now you're logging into their VPN server or their VPN connection. So I think the closest answer is C here. Excellent. Nice. And with that, we have wrapped the section 5.1 practice questions. So this was nice. There were a couple of them that really challenged me, and I am excited when I get challenged in these questions and I can't automatically just find an answer. There were a couple of them that were like super obvious. So that's that. But hopefully this kind of allowed you to understand the way that I approach these questions, and hopefully it taught you how to approach these questions as well. And then you can always take my approach, combine it with your own approach and approaches that you've learned from other people to really amplify your skill set as somebody who is going to take exams, and just really kind of how to do critical thinking to try to find the answers that you're looking for in your investigations and in your exercises. So if you have any questions about what we talked about today, please drop them in the comment section below. If you have any comments that you want to drop them in the comment section below. You can get access to this slideshow as well as the notes document that I was using for the lecture portion of this video with Hackaholics Anonymous, and you'll get a quick little note about that on how you can get access to these things, as well as all the scripts and everything we're going to create when we get into the practical lab exercises of this training series. And refer to the What the Shell video, as well as the Linux privilege escalation and Windows privilege escalation videos that are inside of the Junior Pen Tester training series. They're going to be the videos at the very, very end. So go look for those videos, because they will help you really understand everything that we're talking about, or we talked about in this video, as well as all the other stuff we're going to talk about when we go into persistence and privilege escalation and things like that. So in the next chapter, we're going to be talking about lateral movement techniques. And until then, it's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. And I will see you in next week's episode. Later. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. All right, hello and welcome to section 5.2 of the CompTIA PenTest Plus training series. And in this section, we are continuing on with our post-exploitation module. And the contents of this section are going to be covering lateral movement techniques. So in the last section, we essentially covered what post-exploitation is and what lateral movement is. And we went through some of the basic frameworks and tools and strategies that are available to pull off such a feat. And in this particular section, we're going to be specifically talking about the techniques for lateral movement. So up until this point, up until module 5, right, we've done everything for setting up the rules of the engagement, for doing a good amount of reconnaissance and enumeration, and then we did some vulnerability scanning so that we can find vulnerabilities on the systems that we found during our recon and enumeration. And then after that, in section 4, it was all about exploitation and attacks, and so far it was the longest section that we've covered. And I think it's going to be the longest section that we've covered, because section 5 or module 5 has 4 sections. And then after that, we're going to go into the lab exercises and all the practical scripting and all that good stuff. So in this particular section, we're going to be talking about lateral movement specifically. Now, this is the process that attackers use to navigate through a compromised network, expanding access and gaining control over additional systems. This is a crucial post-exploitation phase in pentesting and advanced persistent threat operations. This is a very big key term here. APTs are very prominent in the world of pentesting, not even pentesting, I would say hacking in general, black hat hacking, like malicious hacking. APTs are typically sponsored by countries or individual states that have a lot of funding, and so they can put a lot of money behind the teams of hackers that they employ. And those teams of hackers, their entire job is to persistently, meaning over and over without stopping, to continue to attack an organization. And we've looked at the attack map before. And if you just Google cyber attack map, you'll be able to find a live map of all of the attacks that are taking place in real time across the world from different countries to each other. And it's a very, very eye-opening type of an experience. And a lot of those things are happening by APT groups. And if you go to the MITRE attack matrix and the MITRE attack framework, you will also find a lot of IDs, or a lot of, we can call them usernames or group names, whatever it is, but it's basically like APT 14, APT 53, APT whatever. So they don't have an actual name, they just know the people from MITRE that have collected this information. Those people know that there are groups that are making these types of attacks, and these are the techniques that they're deploying, but they don't have any kind of name for them, so they just give them a basic ID of APT and then fill in the number. So APT groups are a very, very big deal, and they also exist in white hat hacking or pen testing, ethical hacking. And the entire purpose or entire goal behind an APT is to deploy lateral movement techniques so that they can stay in the network and go from one machine to the next, one user to the next, and ideally get themselves to a position where they can escalate their privileges and get the highest level of privilege possible, because that does the most damage. So this type of attack, or this type of technique, allows the attacker, being you and me, allows us to steal credentials, escalate privileges, and pivot through a target environment while remaining undetected. That part is really important, because if you're detected, none of this really matters. So the whole idea here is to remain undetected and to move laterally. So if you think about lateral movement being side to side, and vertical movement obviously going up and down, you want to move laterally until you can find a path to move vertically upwards and increase your privileges. So there is vertical movement, there's lateral movement, and at the very least you want to move laterally piece by piece until you can find that path, until you can find the vector that you can use to increase your privileges. In this particular video, we're going to be covering pivoting and relay attacks, service discovery for lateral movement, LOLBins, also known as living off the land binaries for lateral movement, and then of course, as everything else, we're going to have tools for lateral movement that will make these processes a little bit easier for you. For example, Covenant, CrackMapExec, Impacket, and Metasploit. Metasploit is one of these things that will show up, and it's already shown up so many times. So Metasploit is, again, one of those tools that if you just learn to master it, it will allow you to do so many things. And this is no different. So this is it. This is what we're going to be talking about for this specific video. And I'm really excited to go through it, as with everything else, because we're just getting further and further along, and we're almost towards the end of all of the lectures, and we are going to be getting to our practical portions of this training series, where we actually start creating scripts and doing labs and using Metasploit to attack machines and using Nmap and just all of the cool fun parts of pen testing. We're literally almost right there. There's going to be 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and then boom, we're diving into all of the practical exercises. So really excited for you. A quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous and how you can get access to this lecture document, as well as all of the practice questions and the scripts and everything that we're going to create, and then we'll dive deep into the content. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us continue with PenTest Plus. Okay, let's talk about pivoting. So pivoting and relay attacks go hand in hand, and pivoting is the technique where an attacker uses a compromised machine as a stepping stone to reach other devices within the internal network. So you've gotten into one machine inside of the network, right? Now you have access, technically, ideally, you have access to the whole network. So, or at least that network subnet, that network segment that whatever machine you're in has access to. So the idea here is to go from the machine that you're in and take yourself into another one of the machines inside of that subnet, and hopefully through any one of those other machines you can potentially find another attack vector to increase your privileges or pivot to another portion of the network. This is the tool Bloodhound. So Bloodhound we've talked about several times already, especially through the exploitation videos. The Bloodhound tool is where it comes in. Like, this is where it shines, and its whole purpose is to map out the path that you can take to pivot from the machine that you're in to another one and another one and another one, and ideally increase your privileges along the way and get yourself to that, you know, the what is it, the homeland? Is it the homeland or glory? What is it? I forget the phrase. I'm literally drawing a blank right now. But it'll get you to the motherland. It's not the motherland. Gosh, I forget what it is. But it's basically the end goal, right? It'll get you to the domain admin. That's kind of the entire purpose behind Bloodhound, is to pave that path for you, to actually show you what you can do and how, which machines that you need to hack into, which users you need to hack into, to finally end up at that final destination where you have the highest level of privileges. So pivoting falls into that, right? So once you've used Bloodhound and it's shown you the path, then you pivot from the machine that you're in to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, until you land at that final location. If an external attacker breaches a perimeter system, they can use it as a pivot point to access internal non-public systems. So external attacker is you, right? When you breach a perimeter system, when you actually enter the perimeter, then you can use that specific system as a pivot point to access internal non-public systems, and often performed through SSH tunnels, proxy change, or VPN pivoting, essentially saying any of these tactics could get you in, and then once you are in, you can then use another version of this. So you can SSH into a system, basically. Once you're in, you can then use a tunnel to go from one to the next, or to use proxy chains, or to use VPN pivoting, and just take yourself from where you are to the next machine and pivot from one location to another one. There are several types of pivoting. So we have network pivoting, meaning routing traffic through a compromised machine to access internal resources. So you are routing traffic through the machine that you have hacked, right, through the compromised machine, to access internal resources. And then we have port forwarding, mapping a port from the compromised host to the attacker's system. This could be just another way of saying that you're creating a reverse shell for yourself, where you have one port that's being, you've connected a shell to that one port, and then from there you are forwarding, mapping a port from that compromised host to the attacker's system, right? The idea is, unlike a reverse shell, the port forwarded, the port that has been forwarded, will maintain that connection for you, and you won't have to have a live shell running all the time. If you do, that's whatever, that's fine. If you can maintain that shell without them detecting that remote connection and eventually kicking you out, that's okay, and that there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you need to account for the fact that at some point they'll find that you have a reverse shell connection, and if they do, or when they do, they're going to terminate that session. And if that's the case, you need to find another way to get back into it, because they will most likely also block your IP address, and they'll do a bunch of different things to patch those systems. And this is where all of this, everything that we're talking about, is to mitigate for that, because if once they catch what you did initially, they're going to try to prevent it from taking place again, and you have to find another way in and repeat your whole process, or you will ideally deploy any of these tactics and give yourself a persistent way in. Then we have the SOCKS proxy tunneling, forwarding traffic dynamically via a proxy server. So again, another one of these things that assuming that you have that initial connection and you've set up your infrastructure, digital infrastructure, meaning your proxy chains or proxy servers, and you have access to those proxy servers, and you're tunneling the connection from your IP address to the proxy address, and then to the victim, and then vice versa from the victim to the proxy to you, so that in case they catch the IP that's connected, they block the proxy, they don't block you. Right? So this is where that actually becomes very handy. So in order to prevent your actual IP address, your machine, from getting blocked and blacklisted, if you're using a chain of proxies, then what they're most likely going to see is that initial proxy IP address. They're going to block that one, and then you have another one and another one and another one, and you can just keep adding proxies. So the proxy between you and then the next one, and then the next one, and then finally the victim, usually it reverts back. So let me actually show you a visual. I think it's easier to just do a visual to kind of explain this a little bit. Okay, so here is the visual. This is, I mean, the pictures do really tell 1,000 words. So this is us, right? The attacker being us. We have these various services and servers that we can connect to. And then this little legend at the bottom will actually say a lot. So the initial compromise through RDP brute force, lateral movement, ransomware deployment. So these are just some of the examples of what's going on over here. So the initial compromise, which is just one, right? There's just one solid line, which is going from us to that initial compromise server. Now this server is in the same subnet as all of these other devices. And what we have the potential to do is to go from this location to this one or this one or this one. And through each one of these connections, we can potentially connect to everything else. So if this server right here, if this server connects to this one up here, this down here, and this red one right here, then if we get to this right here, which has the potential to connect to these two and to connect to that one, then we're moving laterally, right? Any of these connections that we're making here are lateral movements. Now, let's say that between the attacker and this piece right here, instead of going a direct shot right here, let's say we have two other circles here, and those two circles that are in the middle right here act as the proxy server. And the one that's closest to this connection right here, the one that's right next to this one, when the defensive team looks at it, what they're going to see is that there's a connection coming from this circle, the one that's closest to it, and is connecting to it. So they'll block this one, okay? They'll block the one that's closest to it, which means the next one right here, that's sitting right here, will be the only one that's left in this chain. So what will happen is, ideally, what you would do is, since this one is the next one that's left over, that will be the one that is connected directly to this one. So it'll move closer in this section, and then you can just add another one between you and that proxy server. And then you can repeat that process essentially as many times as you want to really establish a chain of proxies so that they never get a chance to find you directly. And this is where tunneling or proxy chains and all of these things actually really serve their purpose, is to prevent you from being noticed. And one of the greatest things that attackers can do is use a proxy chain. So one of the proxies is going to be in Germany, the next one is going to be in Italy, the next one is going to be in China, the next one is going to be in Iran, and the next one is going to be in whatever, Bangladesh, like pick a location, you know what I mean? There are many proxy servers, and this is one of the things that is actually really cool when we think about it. So let's go to free proxy servers. That's all you got to do is just Google free proxy servers, and then there is Go Proxy. There's also the GeoNode proxies, which is literally, look at this list. There's a list of thousands of servers that are available here. Let me just minimize this. This is very annoying. We have all of these servers that are, and these are all free servers. And so what you can do is pick any of them. Usually what I would do is pick the one that has the lowest latency. So the ones that are quickly connected to, or 87.1 seconds versus 1 millisecond. That's insane, right? That's like a very big dip. And it just so happens to be that that one is based in the US. That's hilarious. But I mean, there's a lot of other ones that are in the US that are super fast as well. So it gives you the protocol that's on there. So SOCKS 4, and you ideally want SOCKS 4 or SOCKS 5, which are the higher level. And then you can have HTTP. This is in Iran. Look at that. What else do we have over here? I mean, the countries themselves are very many of them. So there's Korea, there's, I think, BD, I think would be Bangladesh, I think. I'm not really that good at that. Great Britain, Vietnam, Spain, Deutschland, which is Germany. There are just very many of these. So these can serve as your intermittent or intermediary, I should say. These serve as your intermediary connections. And so you can have as many of them in your proxy chain as you want. And then from there, it becomes very difficult to track back to you, because the more that you have, the harder it becomes. And then, you know, being who I am, I would choose all of the countries that immediately raise a red flag. Because if I choose Iran, for example, and if I choose, Russia, if I choose Russia, Iran, or just think of all of the countries that are on the OFAC list, or all of the countries that are on kind of like the UN list for being the countries to watch. When you pick those things, anytime that somebody sees the IP address and then tracks back to it, and you could go crazy and you could have like 6 Iran IP addresses and 5 China IP addresses, and then 4 Russia IP addresses. When you have all of those things, it just seems like, oh my gosh, we're being attacked by these series of countries that each one of them is a red flag. And it freaks the person out. And you could be sitting in the United States, or you could be sitting in the UK, and you're not necessarily in a malicious country. It's just that you're using the IPs of countries that are quote unquote malicious. And those specific countries, each one of them will just raise a red flag, and it'll send the defensive team into a panic, and it will make it seem as if that specific country is attacking them. So if you have literally all of the ones, so let's see if we can actually filter this down, because now I'm kind of getting a little bit excited here. So, we have 3 China addresses over here. We have 4 from Germany. Germany is all good, though. Germany is not in like anybody's list right now. We have 4 Iran IP addresses, and Russia. We have Russia over here as well. So we have 5 Russia IP addresses. So if you take all of those IP addresses and literally just only choose those countries that always kind of triggers some kind of a panic in these other westernized countries, what happens is they are thrown off your scent. They will not be able to, at the very least initially, they will think that they're being attacked by these other countries. So they will not think about the fact that, oh, you know what, we're in the US and somebody in the US is attacking us. They will not think about that. They will be so worried about thinking about, is it China? Is China really attacking us? Is Russia really attacking us? And unless they're super advanced defensive people that have been in the game for a very long time and they're like, you know what, this is probably a proxy IP. Unless that's the case, for the most part, most defensive people will freak out. And this will be one of the greatest things that one of the greatest psychological tricks that you can play on them. And you should, in my humble opinion, you should do whatever you can to psychologically mess with the people that you're attacking. And that would be one of the cooler things that you can do in your approach in lateral movement and pivoting. So let's look at a couple of commands that we can actually execute to pull some of these things off. So for example, if we wanted to do SSH pivoting to an internal system on Linux. So this is the Linux version of this. So you do SSH-D 1080 and then -N, which give it the name of the host as well as the user. And then you would use proxy chains, nmap, and then etc. So these series of commands create an SSH tunnel, and they scan the internal network via proxy chains. So once you have connected, so this is the connection of during SSH. So these are 2 separate commands here. So you have the SSH connection, and then from there you have proxy chains, and then this is essentially how you can use a proxy chain, right? So there's something called the proxy chains tool. The proxy chains tool has a configuration file. Inside of the configuration file, you can list all of the proxies that we just viewed, as many of them as you want, to be your chain of proxies. And then you would call on proxy chains once you've set up the configuration file. You would call on proxy chains, and then you would do your activity as normal. So just run nmap, right? And what this does is the connection of nmap, when it actually tries to do the scan and do everything that it does, goes through those chains of proxies. So if somebody's watching this on the defensive side, they'll see the first proxy from the bottom, then the next one, then the next one, then if they actually choose to follow that chain of connections, they will see all of those connections, and it will become overwhelming, honestly. And one of the other things that you can do to really secure this is you can get a virtual machine from AWS or from Linode or Google Cloud, whatever. Get a Linux virtual machine so that it's not even your IP address, it's the IP address of the Linux machine that you've rented. Get that, then connect that to proxy chains, and then run Nmap. So even if they finally reach the very top of the proxy chain list, and then they connect it back to the IP address of the host, it ends up being a virtual machine that is not yours, or it's not your actual machine itself. And so if they block that address, you just go generate another one from the Linode or AWS or whatever. So you can really kind of make this an ironclad approach by just using a temporary IP address from a virtual machine, and then from there using a bunch of proxies inside of the proxy chain, and then you go ahead and do your activity. So this will create the tunnel, and then this will be able to run the scan so that you can scan the internal network. And another one is to use Metasploit's pivoting feature for Windows and Linux, and that specific module is Post Multi-Manage Auto Route. And so this is a post-exploitation module inside of Metasploit, and then you can set the session. So previously you would need to have an established session. So inside of Metasploit, you would use one of the other exploit modules to, let's say, launch a Meterpreter session that is the remote connection to the target, and then you would background that session. Then you would use this post-exploitation module and then set the session feature of this, and then we'll really be talking about Metasploit in great depth. So I'm just kind of giving you an overview here. And or you could always, like, by the time that we get there, you can always go and review the videos on Metasploit, because there are several videos on Metasploit on this channel. So you can see what the initial connection is like, you can see what post-exploitation is like, and how to background a session, and then set the option for this module to session 1, and then finally run it, which will route Metasploit traffic through a compromised host, and it will act as the pivot for you. Moving on to relay attacks. So we have the server message block and then the NTLM relaying. NTLM is something that is for hash values. And so relaying attacks allows attackers to intercept and forward authentication requests to impersonate a legitimate user. NTLM relaying with a responder or the in packets NTLM relay X, or responder and the NTLM relay X. So we have the responder connection for the interface of ETH0, and then we have the NTLM relay that looks at the target's text file, meaning a list of IP addresses in that text file, and then it runs the SMB2 support option. So this will intercept NTLM authentication, the hashes that are assigned to NTLM, which is a Windows-based authentication hash, and it relays them to gain access, right? So if we want to look at this a little bit deeper, we can always go to our friendly AI, starting with the responder command. So the command responder-i ETH0, etc. is used to launch a responder. It's a popular tool for network pen testing, often used to respond to name resolution requests on a network and trick targets into providing their credentials. The command breaks down as follows. So this just calls on the responder tool. This is the interface. So this specifies the network interface to listen on. In this case, it's ETH0, which is a common name for primary Ethernet network adapter. You would replace this with the name of the network interface that you want to use. So this is the one that you're listening on. And then the --LM enables the capture of LM, LAN manager hashes, in addition to the default NTLM LAN manager hashes. While LM hashes are considered obsolete and are rarely used, this option ensures that you capture any legacy systems that might still be using them. And this is verbose. So -V is pretty solid across the board with like all of the tools that we end up using on the command line. -V always stands, or I should say like most of the time, it stands for verbose mode, which provides more detailed output to the console. So this tells the responder to listen on the interface, capture both LM and NTLM hashes, and provide that detailed feedback on the screen. Then we have NTLM Relay X. So NTLM Relay X targets SMB2 support, is used to launch NTLM Relay X, and this is a tool for NTLM relay attacks. It intercepts the NTLM authentication requests and relays them to another server to gain access without ever having to crack the password. So the first portion just calls the tool, right? The next one specifies a file, so the targets file, that contains a list of target machines to relay the NTLM authentication to. This allows you to target specific hosts for the attack rather than a single machine. The target's text file should contain one IP address or host name per line. So TF here stands for target file, and then we give it the list of targets, right? Then we have SMB2 support, which enables support for the SMB2 protocol. By default, the Relay X only supports SMB1. Many modern systems use 2 or 3, so this flag is crucial for ensuring the attack is successful against contemporary Windows environments. And the way that you would find out whether it's SMB1, 2, or 3 is through your reconnaissance. So we are at the stage where we're assuming that you've done a good amount of recon, and you know that you're attacking the SMB protocol, and you also know the version of SMB that is being used. So that way, when you launch your final attack and then you launch your post-exploitation strategies, all of those things are being done against the right version of the protocol, the right version of the service or the system that you're attacking. This is very important because SMB1 versus 2 or 3, as you can imagine, version 2 is more complex than version 1. Version 3 is more complex than version 2. So this is very important. I don't think I can say this enough. You need to spend a good amount of time sharpening your axe, which is doing reconnaissance and doing enumeration and really finding out the details before you start swinging the axe. As the old adage goes, if you have 4 hours to chop down a tree, you spend 3 hours sharpening the axe. The mitigations against these types of attacks would be to disable NTLM authentication and enforce Kerberos, which is the more advanced, more complex version of hash-based authentication, which isn't even really authentication through hashes anymore. It's through tickets that grant other tickets and tickets that grant access to services. And so it's ticket generation versus using hashes to authenticate. So that would be a really big thing right there. Then we have using SMB signing to prevent tampering, and then restricting admin access to necessary hosts only, which is always a really good idea. This falls under access control and the rules that you establish for your environment. So this is probably the best way to do it. And then you can go ahead and implement all of these other ones. And from the perspective of the attacker, if you are doing your recon and you notice that they have Kerberos enforced on their machines, you would move towards Kerberosting and the various attack vectors that we have for breaking Kerberos instead of focusing on NTLM, right? So these are, again, it just helps you hone in and get a really specific target in mind when you're launching your attacks and your techniques and tactics. All right, moving on to service discovery for lateral movement. So what is service discovery? This is something that you should have spent a good amount of time on when you were in the recon and enumeration stage. So attackers must first identify valuable services and accounts to move laterally in a network. Now, this is actually, you know what, I need to correct what I just said. So there is the initial service discovery that you would use for your initial compromise, for your initial way in. And then once you are in the network, once you've compromised your first host, then you would run service discovery again inside of the network. So my bad completely on that. However, I will say that once you're inside the network, you should spend a good amount of time doing recon inside of the network so that you can find the details that you would need to make the rest of your lateral movement, pivoting, and privilege escalation more successful. So the common services that are used for lateral movement are the SMB, the server message block, which is used for file sharing and remote execution. A lot of the things that we've done in Junior Pentester were for attacking the SMB protocol. So the SMB server message block is something that can be SSH'd, secure shelled into, and it can be used for file sharing and remote execution, and that would be something that you can jump into and then from there move along and pivot and do lateral movement. Then you have Remote Desktop Protocol, the RDP protocol, which is the protocol that's used for remote login to Windows systems. This is kind of a really basic one. There are a lot of instances, most instances in any environment where RDP is actually being done legitimately. It's not a malicious thing. So therefore, if you can actually gain an RDP session, then you kind of just fall into the rest of the sessions. And unless you do some really blatant malicious tactics while you have your RDP connection, you're going to just go under the radar, right? And you can just do whatever you need to and do your recon. So this is actually very common. And then we have WMI, the Windows Management Instrumentation, that's used for remote execution. So you have the remote connection and then you have remote execution, which is again another one of those things that's actually very commonplace. So you could be under the radar. And then you have PSExec, which is the Windows sysinternals tool, which executes commands remotely over server message block. Now, as you may have noticed, this is all for Windows, right? You can actually use SMB on Linux and Unix as well, but these last three are actually very native to Windows environments because most of the computers in the enterprise environment are sitting on Windows. Unless you're attacking some kind of a server, which will most likely then be on Linux, because Linux is the common operating system for large servers. Unless you're doing that, then if you're attacking an individual host, there's a very good chance, like above 80%, above 90%, that it's actually sitting on a Windows machine. Once you are inside the device, inside of the network, inside of the host, I should say, you can then scan and enumerate all of the internal services using a tool like CrackMapExec. And so you could also literally run Nmap while you're inside of the subnet, inside of the network. But CrackMapExec scans SMB shares for lateral movement, and you can find it, or you can find these shares for lateral movement by running the CrackMapExec and then looking for SMB on the IP address. And so what you can see right here, this is the subnet that they've provided because that's the subnet that their host is in. Give a username and password, which would be the username and password that you have logged in as, and then you're scanning for shares. And this will list all of the accessible network shares for a user, meaning this specific user. And from there, you can see which of those shares have permissions that you can exploit. So for example, if they have granted every single person that can access that share full permissions, at that point, you can create an executable payload using something like MSF Venom, transfer that payload into that device and use it as something that you can execute inside of that share because it'll give full permissions to any payload that's launched inside of the share. That's just one version of this. You could do so many things so long as the share gives you full permission. So you could, if you have full permissions, you can connect that share to your attacking machine. So this would be all be on the victim machine, right? So you can, from your attacking machine, connect to that public share. From there, you can create a bunch of payloads inside of the attacking machine, transfer them inside of the share, and then execute them on the victim computer. So many things that you can do. It's just once you have identified the shares, the very next thing would be to find the permissions for that share to find out whether it's publicly accessible and what you can actually do inside of each one of those shares. Another one would be to enumerate Active Directory users using the IMPacket suite of scripts. And so Python 3, because these are all Python scripts. So Python 3, and then just use the getAdUsers Python script, and then give it the domain that you want to be scanning, and then of course the actual local domain name. And from there, it'll find potential targets for lateral movement. This is very similar to what Bloodhound will do for you. So it all just depends on whether or not Python is installed on your target machine. If it is, you can use the Python version from IMPacket, or you can get Bloodhound and run that. So a lot of different things can be done. And if there is an accessible share, so this is where it all connects, right? So if there is a share that you've identified that can be accessed by the public, or you have enough access to that share where you can give somebody else access, then you would get the Python 3 script from Impacket or Bloodhound or something like that. You can transfer those files into the shared folder, and then from the victim machine, access that same shared folder and then run those scripts. So it first starts with identifying a way that you can transfer the scripts into the victim machine, and then from there you would just run the scripts or transfer the tools, the payloads, whatever it is, from the target machine to the victim machine, and then from there go ahead and execute those scripts. So just depends on whether or not you can identify a share and then going from there and executing the rest of your attack vector. Here's a way that you can do it using Nmap. So you can identify remote desktop protocol servers with weak encryption settings by using, first of all, this is the default port that's assigned to RDP. Then you can use a script inside of Nmap called RDP enum encryption, and then you would give it the subdomain. So the subnet, excuse me, my apologies. You would give it the subnet. So 192.168.1 is the actual network, and then you leave off the last one and you do the /24, saying that we are giving you the first 3 octets. So 3 times 8 would be 24. So we're giving you the first 3 octets. I just want you to scan everything in the last octet and then look for any RDP enumeration potentially that's available with weak encryption, and then that would be something that Nmap can do for you. You can do this internally once you've logged into the subnet that you're in, that local network that you're in, or you could technically even do it externally from your attack box and scan the machine. It's just that finding this IP address might not be available because it could be something that you learned when you got into the network and you scanned the internal network and you saw an IP address that previously was not available to the public. So when you run this from your own machine, from your attack box, you're essentially running something against all of the public domain names that would, or public IP addresses that would exist, and this IP address may not show up for you. So when you actually get into the network and you rescan and you find new IP addresses, then you can go ahead and repeat the process and see if there's anything that you can find with weak encryption settings. The mitigations against these kinds of attacks would be to restrict access to sensitive services. So for example, SMB or RDP or WMI, this is again access control policies. So if you actually do this, this is one of the strongest ways that you can mitigate against these types of attacks. And then on top of this, you can go ahead and implement endpoint security monitoring for unusual queries. You could actually have a list of queries that will set off special alerts that, you know what, somebody's trying to do internal scans inside of the network, or somebody's trying to do remote execution of some kind of a script, or somebody's trying to access a share and transfer a file to it. The file itself is a Python file. Python files are by default, they're just alert worthy. If you see somebody transferring Python files into your network, that's something to actually pay attention to. The current company that I work for does not allow the execution of Python files, and anytime that you're trying to transfer Python files outside by emailing it to somebody or emailing it to myself, for example, I tried to do this a few times. I created the file and I tried to transfer it out, and the email service blocked it. And then I created the file from my own computer and I transferred it, tried to email it to myself at work. The service blocked it. So there are things that automatically just set off alerts, and they're red flags, and Python files in general are used for automation of certain tasks, and they're typically associated with creating scripts that can be malicious. So these are some of the things that are very simple policies that you can actually implement in your endpoint security. And of course, you have firewalls to block unnecessary lateral movement paths, which again it kind of connects back to access control. It connects back to the concept of least privilege and all of the things that you should be doing as a security admin or a security engineer to prevent malicious activity from taking place by just blocking off things that are not necessary. So blocking off access to devices that are not necessary, blocking off access to services that are not necessary. All of these things are very basic things that can be done to protect the environment against malicious actors. And then we have LOLBins, so living off the land binary. So to really understand this, Imagine that you've been thrown in the middle of a desert island, a deserted island, not a desert island, a deserted island, and you don't have any resources. So in order to survive, you have to try to find ways to live off the land, to try to find local resources that are on that island that can help you survive. And this is very similar to what we're talking about when we're talking about binaries that are available on that local machine. So LOLBins, living off the land binaries, these are legitimate system utilities that attackers abuse for stealthy execution and lateral movement. So these are actual binaries that the system uses regularly, or binaries that other legitimate users use regularly that can actually be used for malicious intent. But they're legitimate. They're actually legitimate binaries that exist on the system. It's just that if you have the wrong goals in mind, or if you have malicious intentions, you can actually use them to execute malicious intentions. And since these are trusted OS binaries, they often bypass security tools. So if you hack into a machine and you want to be as undetected as possible, this would be your approach: to use all of the binaries that exist on that machine to do your activities, and therefore avoid being detected by security tools, or avoid setting off some kind of alert from a security tool, simply because the fact that you're using something that already exists on that OS. It's a binary that is needed to do any number of legitimate activities, and it's been trusted by the operating system, and all of the security tools don't get alerted when any of these binaries are used. So if you use them, they're not going to be alerted, and then you can just do a number of things. So it requires more creativity from the perspective and the position of the attacker. So you have to know exactly what these things can be used for and what you can do with them to be able to execute your attacks. However, once you establish that, this would probably be the default approach, would be to try to use the local binaries on that machine to do the things that you want to do. These are some of the common LOLBins for lateral movement. So we have run DLL32, WMIC, cert util, Mishta is how I like to call it, and then we have the reg server 32 as well. And so you can see that these are, these are the abuse types of things. But again, as we mentioned, these are all legitimate binaries, and the system uses them for legitimate activities. It's just that they can be used for abusive purposes. So let's talk about what that actually is. So this is our breakdown of these things right here. So we have the run DLL32. So run DLL32 specifies a dynamic link library file, and it executes a function from that specific file. And it's a fundamental part of the Windows operating system, used for a wide range of tasks, from displaying control panel applets to running actual system services. The abuse for this can be to execute malicious DLLs that have either dropped on the system or loaded from a remote source. For example, you can use run DLL32exe, which is the executable for that, and then run this specific malicious DLL to the entry point function, so to execute a function within their malicious DLL. This is often used for persistence, as the command can be added to the registry to run every time the system starts. And again, it's a legitimate binary. So if it's added to something for startup, it's not going to raise flags like that. Upon further investigation, they can find out that, oh, you know what, it's trying to launch this thing, which is a malicious DLL. So that doesn't seem right. But just by itself, this thing is not going to be an issue. Then we have WMIC. So the Windows Management Instrumentation Command Line is instrumentation command line. It's a utility for managing Windows systems and querying system information. System admins use it to automate tasks, collect data from remote computers, and manage system resources. Attackers can leverage WMIC for lateral movement and remote code execution. Since it's designed to run commands on remote systems, an attacker can use it to execute payloads on the machines within a network without needing to transfer a malicious file directly to the target. For example, a command like WMIC process call create and then give it the path to that executable could be used to execute a malicious file on a remote machine. So for example, again, so to understand this, you can use it to execute payloads on other machines within a network without needing to transfer the file directly to that target. Okay, So you're inside the network already, right? You're on a machine inside of the network. Now you want to run this on a different machine inside of that same network. So without having to transfer this executable to that machine, you can use WMIC to execute it on that machine. Then we have CertUtil. It's a command line tool for managing Windows certificate services. Its function includes managing certificates, CRLs, which is certificate revocation lists, and CAs, which is certificate authorities. Less known but legitimate function, and its ability to encode and decode files in base 64. So the file handling of CertUtil is what makes it a prime target for abuse. Attackers can use it to download payloads from the internet and decode them, all with a native Windows binary that security software might not flag as suspicious. For example, an attacker could download an encoded malicious file with a command like certutil URL cache split and then give it the file itself, which is this payload location, and then decode it with certutil decode payload exe, and then give it the output, which is again payload exe. It's just a decoded version of that. And it allows attackers to evade network monitoring tools that may only look for traditional file download. So certutil is again another one of those legitimate binaries that's used by the system or by the network to download certain things. It just so happens to be that we can also use it to download payloads and to decode the payload. So you could have it encoded so that the signature of the payload does not seem malicious, because a lot of times security tools, security appliances, they will look at the downloads that are coming into the system and they'll look at the signature of the download. And if the signature of the download is inside of a database of malicious signatures, then it'll block and delete that file. So if you encode it, then the signature does not appear to be what it used to be, right? And then once you've downloaded it, you can then decode it and then you can use it for whatever you need to do. Then we have MSHTA. MSHTA. It stands for the Microsoft HTML Application Host, and it's used to execute HTML application, also known as HTA files. And these files are essentially HTML pages with scripting capabilities, so VBS script or JavaScript, used to create simple GUI applications. GUI is graphical user interface applications. So basically types of files that are used to create graphical interfaces. Now the abuse could be that we can use this to execute scripts from remote URLs. An attacker can create a malicious HTA file on a web server and use MSHTA to execute it directly from the internet. This is a common method for initial access, and it can be delivered via a phishing email and bypass application whitelisting. The command would look something like MSHTA and then just give it the link. That's basically it. It's not complicated at all. It's just, it actually tends to be very powerful. So you can actually put this command inside of an email via a phishing email, right? And then this command, if somebody clicks on or opens an application, opens a download, I should say. If they open a download, then what it'll do is that it'll launch this in the background and it'll download the file. And then the file that's downloaded will then go ahead and execute whatever command is inside of it, because it's an HTML application file. Excuse me, my throat just gave out. It's an HTML application file, which essentially runs pages with scripting capabilities. So there could be a script inside of this page, and then all somebody needs to do is open an attachment in an email which runs this command, which downloads the script, and then from there it executes the script. Then we have finally the Reg Server 32, a command line utility for registering and unregistering DLLs and active controls in the Windows registry. It's used by admins to ensure that applications can find and use the necessary libraries. And we can use this to execute a remote scriptlet file, often an XML-based file with malicious JavaScript or VBS script. And this technique is sometimes referred to as squibbly-doo. The payload is not an executable on disk, but rather a script that is executed in memory, volatile memory that can be wiped when you reboot the system. So it can be executed in memory by a signed Microsoft binary. This makes it a powerful tool for evading antivirus and EDR. And a classic example is Reg Server 32, and then you give it this command to the link of the payload as well, and then the output of the DLL, and it tells Reg Server 32 to execute a scriptlet from a remote URL. So all of these things are legitimate binaries that are regularly used by the operating system, and we're just using them in a way that has malicious intentions. So if you find out that these are the list of the binaries that are available, then you can go ahead and use any one of these things. And so I just want to show you what command you can run to find out find the list of all of the available binaries. To find all of the available binaries, you create a very simple for loop in conjunction with the where command. And the where command is basically something that you can use in a Windows environment to search for something. So it could be for A in the path text, do where A. So this iterates through each executable file extension, for example, exe, bat, cmd, and it's inside of the path text, and then uses where find to list all the files in the that extension in the path. So while this command can be a bit slow and produce a lot of output, it's a way to get a comprehensive list of what is available. You can then use a filter like find string to search for specific binaries from the list that we just reviewed. So you can do this, right? And this will look for everything. And then you pipe the output of this. So this is what this does. You pipe the output of that to the find string command. And then from there, you're now looking for run DLL32, WMIC, cert util, mishta, etc. And you can go ahead and just try to see if any of those things can be found. And there's a really cool version of this, or there's a version of this specific list that you can actually find all of the binaries that can potentially be used maliciously, and I will now give you that specific domain. There are many websites that you can actually use for this. The one that I rely on most is the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but again, there you could go to VirusTotal, you could go to there's this Malware Bazaar. There's a lot of different places that you can go to. MITRE ATT&CK framework, because of the fact that it's been used and proven that these things have actually been executed in real life, this is the one that I typically default to when I try to find something. But you could go to VirusTotal. There are so many different ways, again, that you can go to actually find this. Now, one of the ways that I do it is to just click on Show Sub Technique. So all of these things get expanded. All of these different fields are expanded. And then from here, you can then just do a simple Control F and then search for DLL, for example. And now we can see that there are 19 results on the page for DLL. So if I just click up, it'll show me. So the password filter DLL, network provider DLL, then we have just DLL in general. So if I just click on this one in general, it should take me to everything for the DLL. So side loading, search order hijacking, redirection, phantom DLL, DLL substitution, and then a bunch of different examples. And as we talked about earlier, you can see that there are all these APTs, these advanced persistent threats that don't actually have names. And then some of them, there's Aquatic Panda and all these guys, they've been given certain names. But for the most part, there's always a lot of different examples that just are assigned to an APT. And so HTTP malware variant and port 22 malware variant using a legitimate executable that loaded the malicious DLL. Right? So this is the types of stuff that you'll see. It's been known to side load DLLs with a valid version of Chrome with one of their tools. Ran legitimately assigned executables from Symantec and McAfee, or McAfee, I guess, which load a malicious DLL. So again, all of these things, right? You can see these things that they have all the examples of DLL files that have been used. It's DLL file into legitimate signed Java, used DLL side loading to give DLLs hard-coded names and placing them in search directories. So many different examples of this. And you can just keep searching through the database, right? You can search through all of these attacks and then just find these variants on here. So the next one that we can go to, for example, would be network provider. Then we have run DLL32. Look, it's actually even listed here. So this is actually under the system binary proxy execution, where you actually have reg server 32, run DLL 32. You have Mishta that's on here. You have control panel, CSMT. So many different things that, again, we just saw on our list of DLLs that were used, but you can just go ahead and find individually, okay, what did they do with this? How did they execute run DLL 32? What are the different procedures that have used it? And how can I learn from them? And there are literally dozens of these things, because this is a very popular vector, because it's a system binary that already exists. So if you can use it maliciously and it exists, then you should definitely do that, right? So this is just one resource. There are very many other resources. I just love this resource because on the MITRE ATT&CK website, you can just find so much information with breakdowns of how all of these things have been used and potentially how you can use them. So here are a couple of examples here. We can execute a remote payload with WMIC using WMIC and then giving it the target IP as the node. Process call create a PowerShell executable and then execute and invoke expression and a new object, web client, download the string, etc. So this whole thing right here is just executing a command using WMIC, and that command is creating a PowerShell instance, which is now going to execute a download of this specific shell script, which is the PS1 script right here. And now you have executed a remote shell payload or a remote payload with WMIC and it PowerShell script on a remote machine. That's basically what it does. Now using PsExec for remote command execution, so PsExec and then give it the IP address, the username and the password, and then just launch a command terminal, which will then go ahead and do that. So it gains a system shell on the target machine, assuming that you actually have the correct admin and password combination. So these are just a couple of examples on how you can actually use legitimate binaries to launch commands that can potentially be malicious, right? So if you have the admin username and password, you could do whatever you want with that. So you can do PsExec instead of doing RDP, for example. And then same thing over here. If you actually have a malicious PowerShell script that you can download and launch, then you can go ahead and just run this command, this full command right here. This is all one command. You would run something like that and then just replace this with the domain access of your specific script wherever it's sitting, and then it would get downloaded and it would be executed, and there you go. The world is your oyster, as they say. So the mitigations against these types of things would be to restrict the execution of binaries with application whitelisting. So AppLocker or WDAC, which can essentially whitelist certain applications that can use it and then blacklist everything else that cannot use it. So default deny, essentially, so or default restrict all of the applications that should not be able to use it. And then from there, you can have a handful of applications that are allowed to use it. And same thing with the users, right? Or the user accounts that if they don't need to be downloading anything remotely, if they don't need to be executing anything remotely, then those things should be restricted for most users. And then you just give access to the administrator users that should be able to do those things. And then you have monitoring the process execution for suspicious remote activity. And this is just another one of those things that is like standard. It's very straightforward, but as you're doing your endpoint monitoring and as you're setting up your monitoring rules of what triggers alerts, those would be the things that you would account for, that anytime PsExec is launched or anytime WMIC is launched, there should be a series of alerts that pop up, because not very many people, again, should have access to executing a remote payload with WMIC. That's not something that all users need. So if it does get launched, if somebody uses WMIC, then you should be notified of it and you should track down who the user is that's executing that command. Was it something that they did intentionally? Was it something that we need to worry about if that user has been compromised, etc.? So if you restrict the execution of these binaries to individual applications and individual hosts and individual users, and then you can still see that these things are being executed inside of your monitor logs, then you can really hone in and be like, okay, is this legitimate? Who's the user? Okay, great. Are they actually on vacation or are they here? They are here. Okay, great. Are they in their office? Let's see if we can send them a quick little message. Are you trying to do something? Okay, great. And then you can verify those things. And then the other thing is like, are they supposed to be in the office? Are they on vacation? Oh, they're supposed to be on vacation. So why is their user profile launching WMIC, right? Really simple stuff. It's not complicated to like reverse engineer these types of things. It's just that you need to make it as low of noise inside of your logs as possible. So when you do the restrictions against most users and most machines that just don't need access to this because it's not a part of their day-to-day, so when you do that restriction, then it shrinks down the pool of users that can use it, and from there it makes it easier to monitor those activities. All right, so let's look at some of these tools. We have Covenant, CrackMapExec, Impacket, and of course Metasploit. Covenant is an advanced lateral movement via a command and control server, or a C2 framework. So it's an open source framework that enables stealthy post exploitation, and you can deploy it very simply by running a command like this one. So for example, Covenant being initialized, then you want a listener on an HTTP protocol port, and then you just give it a port number. So for example, port 8080, which establishes a command and control listener for compromised hosts. And that's basically it. And this is something that you would be launching on your machine, I believe. So this is being done on the attacking machine because you have a C2 listener for compromised hosts. It could also be done reverse as well. So this is essentially just another way of launching a shell or launching a listener for a shell. It's just that when the connection for this has been established, it gives you access to everything inside of the Covenant framework, all of the tools and everything that you can use. So you can use it for moving laterally using the remote execution elements, uses PowerShell remoting to execute commands on other machines, and injects memory payloads to avoid disk forensics, which is, again, memory itself sits inside of the volatile memory, the RAM of the machine, and that memory gets wiped every single time you restart the machine, or if the machine crashes or power goes out, something like that. So injecting it inside of the memory to avoid disk forensics means if somebody actually gets access to this computer, they find out that this computer was compromised, and you want to avoid detection, you force the computer to shut down. And once they restart the computer, they're going to scan the disk. They're going to make an image or a copy of the disk itself, which is the hard drive and everything that's been stored on that computer. And then they're going to go through all of those things to try to do their investigation. So that's called disk forensics. Now, if you're operating inside of the volatile memory, the RAM memory, then what's going to happen is that once you force the computer to shut down, because you can do that using remote connection. If you have a remote connection, you think that you've been detected, right? You think they're onto you, basically. You just run a command to shut down the computer. Once you do that, then everything that was inside of that memory gets wiped. And then now the investigation team has to rely on what's on the hard drive, what's on the actual disk to execute their investigation. So this is what Covenant is very, very good for. The next one is CrackMapExec, which is an automated lateral movement tool which automates the SMB exploitation and credential reuse attacks. So for example, brute forcing SMB credentials across a network using this command right here. So very simple. So you have the CrackMap, you're using SMB as the protocol that you want to exploit. You give it the subnet of the IP addresses that you want to use, and then you give it a list of users as well as a list of passwords, and so it will go through every IP address in this subnet using every single one of the variations, the combinations of these users and passwords to try to find weak credentials for lateral movement, basically. And it can also help you map out the various machines that you can potentially hack into for lateral movement, etc., etc. So we've already covered pretty much what CrackMap does in earlier portions of this video, but this is just another one of those tools that helps automate that process for you and even actually do the brute force of the entry, the brute force of the login to try to find whatever credential combinations that will match for any of the IP addresses inside of a given subnet. Next one is Impacket, which is the Python toolkit for network attacks. And Impacket has a bunch of scripts in it. So this is not something that's just limited to one script. The one that we talked about earlier in this session was not the SMB exec Python script. They have a lot of different ones, and they're all very, very useful. So this is a toolkit for network attacks, and you can use it to execute remote commands via SMB, WMI, Active Directory. I think the one that we used earlier was the Active Directory get AD users maybe. So to execute remote commands using SMBExec, you would use Python 3, right? You have to call on Python to be able to run a Python script, and then you would give it the attacker or user at the IP address, and then just let it run. So it executes remote commands via SMB without dropping any files inside of that computer, which is again really good for avoiding the disk forensics if and when they actually catch on that they've been hacked and they block it off, and then they want to go ahead and investigate as to what happened. And finally, we have Metasploit, our favorite framework. I love Metasploit because, again, it can do so many things. It has thousands of modules inside of it for enumeration, for reconnaissance, for exploitation, and post-exploitation. So this is a post-exploitation module, or this one specifically I don't think is actually post-exploitation. This is just a regular exploit. If it starts with post, we can say that it's a post-exploitation. So this specific one is just a regular exploitation module that uses PsExec to hack into the server message block. So you would first use the module, meaning you just want to activate it, and you use this command to do it. And once you've activated it, one of the options, or a couple of the options that are required options, are the remote host, which is the IP address of your target, and the local host, which is your specific attack box's IP address. Now, typically, this is already preset when you launch Metasploit from your actual attacking machine. So this one usually will be preset for you, but it's just a required option that you need to set. Or you could just change the IP address to another IP address that you want to use for the connection to this remote host. And then you just do run. And then it executes a payload on a remote Windows machine via SMB, and ideally will get you a remote shell or a Meterpreter shell that you can go ahead and use Metasploit, including all of the options inside of Meterpreter, as well as all of the options inside of that target machine, all of the command line options inside of the target, as well as all the options that are available inside of Meterpreter. And then you can do whatever it is you need to do. And if you wanted to, you could background this session and then use a post-exploitation module inside of Metasploit to go ahead and run a variety of different exercises. So very, 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 very cool tool, very powerful tool, extremely functional, a lot of different options available, literally thousands of them are available inside of Metasploit. And it just so happens to be the framework that most attackers will actually rely upon. And if you had to choose one tool, if you had to choose one framework to master, in my humble opinion, it would be Metasploit. And that brings us to our practice questions for today, which are all on lateral movement techniques. So a couple of disclosures as I always go through these things. These are not the exact questions that you will find on the PenTest Plus examination. We are legally forbidden and prohibited by signing the NDAs. So anytime that you take any kind of CompTIA examination, the first thing that you do before you enter the exam is you sign a non-disclosure agreement, which you're basically agreeing that you're not going to share any of those questions. You can share the concepts, you can try to share a variation of the questions, but you can't share the exact question. So that's number one. Number two is my goal here is to show you how to think and how to approach these questions so that you can use your own critical thinking abilities and process of elimination and all of those things to come to the right answer. It's not going to be a set 100% every single time you're going to get it right. But if I can teach you how to approach these questions, then I think that would be the best thing that I could possibly do for you. The next thing is I have not reviewed these questions in advance. I will be looking at these questions in the same manner that you're looking at them. When I created this slideshow, I copy-pasted all of the questions and answers in here, and I did not sit there and study every single one piece by piece because I don't want to come into this having memorized all of these things, because I would like to go through it and show you what my process is like to try to find the answers. And finally, we have a variety of different question types. So there's going to be multiple choice questions where you just choose one option. There's multiple response questions where you will get multiple options, so 2 or more options that you would have to select. And then there's going to be scenario-based questions, and then there will be lab-based questions. And the lab-based questions, I'm going to share all of those things with you throughout the labs. So there's not lab-based questions inside the slideshow, but when you get to the lab videos where we actually start doing a lot of practical exercises and doing scripting and all of those things, then you can learn how to answer the lab-based questions in those videos. In this particular one, we're just going to go through multiple choice, multiple response, and scenario-based questions. Okay, that being said, let's look at the first one. What is the primary goal of lateral movement in a pen test? Is it to directly exfiltrate sensitive data from a target environment, to expand access to additional systems within the network, to crash systems for denial of service testing, to escalate privileges on a single host? So let's look at the question. It says primary goal. First and foremost, we want the most primary goal, okay? The second thing is, which is the most obvious answer? So to directly exfiltrate sensitive data from the target environment, that could be a goal that you would do at the end of it all. That could be like the ultimate objective that you have. But the primary goal of lateral movement is not that. Is it to crash the system for denial of service? That's not true. So think about it like this, right? If it's in a pen test, if you're doing a penetration test, your goal is never to crash a system, because it would affect the business that hired you to do the work, and it would be an incorrect thing to happen. Can it happen accidentally? Yeah. But your goal of doing this is not to crash the system. So keep that in mind. The primary goal of this in a pen test is never to crash a system. So just keep that, right? Is it to escalate privileges on a single host? That's also not true, because we're doing lateral movement. So the idea is to expand access to additional systems within the network. Which tool is most associated with conducting pass the hash and relay attacks during lateral movement? So this requires that you understand what all these different tools actually can do. So Hydra is a brute force / password attack kind of a tool, and we use it mainly for online attacks where you want to log into a website form and you have a list of usernames and a list of passwords, and you want to use Hydra to brute force the login into that login form. So this is not conducting pass the hash and relay attacks, okay? This is an online tool. Then we have Wireshark, which is a network monitoring tool that allows you to do granular inspection of packets and frames. So this is also not a tool that's used for passing the hash and relay attacks. Then we have WP Scan at the bottom right here, which is for WordPress. So it's an enumeration tool to scan WordPress websites and try to find subdomains, folders, to try to find users, etc. So also not a tool that's used for pass the hash and relay attacks. The only one is CrackMapExec that actually fits the bill here, and that would be the answer. In lateral movement, pivoting is best described as, so what is it? You're pivoting from one machine to the next. Remember, it's essentially going from one machine to the next to try to find the final position where you would get the most privileges. So launching a phishing campaign from inside the network, using a compromised host to reach otherwise inaccessible systems, moving stolen data through covert channels, performing brute force attacks on multiple hosts simultaneously. So launching phishing campaign is not it. That's just a completely different topic. We're not doing anything that has to do with phishing when it comes down to pivoting. You can potentially find credentials for pivoting using phishing, but this is not the best description of pivoting, right? We're looking for the best description. Moving stolen data through covert channels, also not it. Performing brute force attacks on multiple hosts simultaneously, also not it. So you're using a compromised host that you've already logged into to reach otherwise inaccessible systems. That these are the systems that are not publicly accessible, right? So you found one host, you got into that one host. From here, you scanned the internal network and you found other hosts that are usually not publicly accessible. So now you're going to pivot from your compromised host to those otherwise inaccessible systems. Which Windows native binary, also known as living off of the land binary, is commonly abused to copy files or execute code remotely? So LOLBins, right? So remember, if you can recall the list of LOLBins that we looked at, and this also, that list that we looked at is not the full list of binaries. So that's another thing to just keep in mind. It could be any of these things, for example. However, if we want to look at a living on the land binary, so something that is pre-installed and it comes native with the operating system, Mimikatz is not one of them. SQLmap is also not one of them. These are things that would have to be installed on the computer. So it's definitely not C or D. Mimikatz is for password dumping. SQLmap is for mapping out the databases, the relational databases. So we have one of two things. We have PsExec and then we have PowerView exe. And PowerView exe, I want to say, is also something that is not a living off of the land binary. I think this is also something that would actually be installed. So the only one that is pre-installed that comes with the machine would be the PsExec. Excellent. Okay, cool. Which lateral movement tool is open source, .NET based, and provides C2 capabilities similar to Cobalt Strike? So Cobalt Strike is something that we talked about in the last video, which is a C2 framework, but Cobalt Strike is actually a paid C2 framework. So Bloodhound, no. Bloodhound is something that I mentioned several times in this video, but this is something to map out the path of users and machines that you can hack into to escalate your privileges and end up as the highest level privilege that you can find. Beef is the browser exploitation framework, and Nikto is something that is used for enumeration. And so Covenant would be the one that we would end up using in this particular case that would be similar to Cobalt Strike. Excellent. Which of the following are common techniques used in lateral movement? Pivoting through compromised hosts, pass-to-hash relay attacks, SQL injection attacks, ARP poisoning. And I feel like I'm looking at questions that we covered in the last video. So I want to double check and make sure that these are actually the questions for this section, because it feels like we're repeating questions here. So hold on one second, please. Let me verify the questions. Okay, these are actually the questions for this section, because of the fact that in the last section we also talked about lateral movement and we're looking at a lot of similar types of concepts. It just felt like we were repeating the questions, and I just wanted to make sure that I did not do a disservice to you. So this is actually a unique question for this section. So we're good in that regard. Okay, so which of the following are common techniques used in lateral movement? So pivoting through compromised hosts, that would be one, yes. Pass-the-hash relay attacks, that would also be one. SQL injection is something that's done on a web application or a website. So this is not one. This is a structured query language. So this is basically when you're trying to hack into a database by doing malicious types of SQL queries. So that's definitely not it. And then we have ARP poisoning, which is for address resolution protocol, which is for network type of enumeration and attacks. And ARP poisoning, so address resolution protocol, works with MAC addresses and the connection of MAC addresses to IP addresses, and then trying to poison a packet with your own data and change the MAC address to your MAC address so that the network allows you to enter the network, something along those lines. But it has nothing to do with lateral movement, right? It's mainly for that initial compromise. So both C and D are irrelevant, so it would have to be A and B. Excellent. Which tools are most appropriate for lateral movement operations? So two again. So Nessus, Impacket, Metasploit, and Nikto. So Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. So this is not for lateral movement operations. It's just a vulnerability scanner. It's a very advanced vulnerability scanner. It's a great tool. However, it's irrelevant to this topic. Nikto is for enumeration and finding potential vulnerabilities on a web application. So again, this is not for lateral movement. Impacket is a suite of Python scripts that is used for lateral movement, and Metasploit is, one size fits all. It can do everything, including lateral movement. So most appropriate for lateral movement would be Impacket and Metasploit. Which of the following best describe how attackers abuse LOLBins for lateral movement? Select 2. So again, living off of the land binaries, right? These are the binaries that are pre-installed and are available on the operating system, and they're legitimate and they're involved in legitimate operations. So how can these things be abused? Executing commands remotely without introducing external binaries? Sure. Leveraging trusted system binaries to evade detection? Yes. Performing SQL injection against web applications? Completely irrelevant. Encrypting network traffic with TLS tunnels? Also irrelevant. So SQL injection, we already talked about it. It has to do with a web application, and you would be using malicious queries, malicious SQL queries to try to get access to database data. Encrypting network traffic with TLS tunnels seems more like a security thing, but it could also be to cover your tracks, for example. So if you have a remote connection to a compromised host and you don't want them to see what you're doing, you can actually encrypt the traffic between your attack box and that compromised host so that they don't see the commands that you're sending back and forth. So this can actually help to cover your tracks. But again, we're talking about something that best describes how attackers use binaries, the local binaries for lateral movement. So this doesn't really have anything to do with that. So executing commands remotely without introducing external binaries, yes. And then leveraging trusted system binaries to evade detection, also yes. So A and B. All right, scenario. A pen tester compromises a Windows workstation that sits inside a segmented network. So this is not something that would be publicly accessible, I would assume. They discovered they cannot reach the database server directly from their machine because it's not public, but they can access it if they first pivot through the workstation. Which lateral movement concept is the tester applying? Relay creation, service enumeration, pivoting, credential dumping. I mean, the answer is inside the question. So they can't reach the database, but they can access it if they first pivot. So, the obvious answer in this particular case would be pivoting. It's definitely not credential dumping. We're also not doing service enumeration necessarily here. We're compromising a network workstation or a Windows workstation that's inside a segmented network. And there's really nothing in this question or in this scenario that says we're looking at a service. And we're not really relaying any kind of credentials here. But we are talking about pivoting from one machine to a next. So C would be my answer. You are testing a financial institution. After compromising an Active Directory user account, you attempt to authenticate against multiple machines using their NTLM hash without cracking it. That is a relay right there. So you use the NTLM hash without actually cracking it. You're relaying the hash. So this technique allows you to move laterally within the domain. What technique is this? This would be pass the hash for sure. Kerberos golden ticket attack has nothing to do with NTLM, because if you're using Kerberos tickets, then they're not using an NTLM system. They're not using NTLM protocols. They're actually using Kerberos ticketing protocols. So this is irrelevant to the question. Reverse shell persistence is also irrelevant to the question. It could kind of be it, because technically what you're trying to do is you're trying to establish persistence. So you're authenticating against multiple machines to try to get into lateral movement and try to find other access points. However, this is not a reverse shell persistence that's being described in our scenario. And we're also not doing injection inside of the lightweight directory access protocol. Lightweight directory access protocol is typically what access permissions are available for the users inside of that protocol, or inside of that network, I should say. Or not even a network, inside of that host, inside of that machine. Maybe the network, like the domain. There we go. Domain is a good word. So lightweight directory access protocol has to do with the access permissions that are available to people inside of that domain. And if that's the case, this is also irrelevant. So the only thing that we're talking about is passing the hash here, the NTLM hash, without cracking it. That's what we're doing. There we go. During a pen test, you use in-packets WMI-exec Python to execute commands remotely on multiple machines inside a corporate network without copying malware binaries. Okay, this is an example of exploit customization, LOLBins, cloud exploitation, SQLI-based pivoting. So SQLI-based pivoting, so again, it's SQL injection, And I don't know if we can even do SQLI based pivoting. I feel like this is like not even a right. I don't think this exists as an answer anywhere. I don't think pivoting exists from SQL injection. I could very well be wrong, but I don't think this is even a legitimate answer anywhere. Now, cloud exploitation is also not relevant here because we're not doing anything inside of the cloud. We are doing something remotely, which can potentially imply cloud or people connected to a cloud, but we're not doing anything inside of a cloud environment. We're just doing multiple machines inside a corporate network without copying malware. So I don't think that's even relevant. Exploit customization can potentially be the answer, but I would have to convince myself to use that as an answer, that we're saying, okay, we're going to use this exploit and we're going to customize our attack, etc. So the only thing that really makes sense here is number one, WMI. So WMI is one of those local binaries that exists inside of a computer. And so we're doing WMI-exec and using the Python script for Impacket to do that kind of an attack. So it would be a local binary, living off of the land binary that we're doing. Excellent. Your red team engagement involves exploring network defenses. You use Metasploit to discover open SMB shares and escalate to remote code execution on a secondary host. You then configure port forwarding through that host to access another segment. Okay, so red team engagement, exploring network defenses. You use Metasploit to discover open SMB shares and escalate to remote code execution on a secondary host. You then configure port forwarding through that host to access another segment of the network. Which two techniques are you applying? So service discovery, pivoting, credential spraying, Kerberos ticket forging. We are not forging any kind of Kerberos tickets, so that's not the answer. Exploring network defense you use to open SMB shares. So that would be service discovery. I would say that's pretty solid. We're also pivoting. We're going from one host to another segment. So I think that's another answer. Credential spraying is not something that we're doing. There's nothing here that actually implies that we're spraying credentials. Credential spraying is basically when you have a dozen different usernames and one password that you're going to end up using. And so you try to use all of those usernames with one password to see if any of them are going to hit. That's kind of what credential spraying is. So we're not doing that here either. The only thing we're doing is we're discovering a service, which is the open SMB share. And then we're pivoting from one segment to another part of the segment. So it's A and B. Excellent. And with that, we have wrapped the section 5.2 practice questions. That was actually not bad. That one I kind of felt a little bit more confident on. And I think it was a nice way to go through those questions. Hopefully you were able to also come along with those answers and you were able to follow my train of thought, my logic behind finding those answers. And for the next week, we're going to be talking about data exfiltration and staging. And then after that, we have section 5.4. And then after that, we're done with all of the lectures. And then we're going to be going through all of the practical exercises with CompTIA PenTest Plus, which is something that I've been waiting for throughout this entire thing. I just personally, for myself, I just want to keep practicing more hacks and more actual tactics and scripting and all that good stuff. So super excited to finally get to the end of this whole thing and share all of that with you. If you have any questions or comments about what we talked about today, please drop them in the comments section below. And of course, as always, if you want access to these practice questions and if you want access to the notes document and all of the scripts that we're going to create, then please make sure that you consider Hackaholics Anonymous. You're going to get a quick message about that real soon in the next few seconds here. And finally, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you, make sure that you like, subscribe, share, and drop that notification button so that you get notified the next time that an episode comes out here. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in next week's episode later. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there. Or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Welcome back to the CompTIA PenTest Plus training series, and we are officially at section 5.3, data exfiltration and staging. And this is all a part of the post-exploitation module, which is module number 5. And up until this point, we have covered 4.5, I guess, or 4.5 type of sections here. So we have the first section, which was on the rules of engagement, second section, which was on reconnaissance and enumeration, third section, or third module, I should say. So first module was the rules of engagement, second module was the reconnaissance enumeration, third module was all of the vulnerability scanning techniques, and fourth module, which was our biggest module, was all about attacks and exploits. And this is now assuming, in module 5, we're assuming that you've had a successful exploit and you've hacked into at least one target machine inside of the network. So now you want to do post-exploitation techniques, which is lateral movement and taking actions on your objectives. So for example, data exfiltration, that could be one of the actions that you have. One of the objectives that you have is to steal data, to exfiltrate data. So this is what we're going to be talking about in today's video. Now, this, just to kind of go over the overview paragraph here, once you've gained access to a system or an attacker, once you've gained access to a system, you have to exfiltrate stolen data without triggering security alerts, if that's actually your specific intention. Now, this happens to be one of the more popular intentions, which is to steal data, right? To exfiltrate the data that can be used maliciously. You can release the data to the public to hurt the reputation of a company, or you can steal customer data to try to, sell the customer data. You can steal intellectual property to try to sell them to the competitor of your target. There are a lot of different things that you can do with stolen data. So data exfiltration techniques involve covert channels, file obfuscation, and the abuse of cloud or network resources to transfer sensitive information outside of the target environment. So covert channels, so that they can't see that there's actually a connection being made externally. File obfuscation, which is when you kind of disguise the file or disguise the data that you're sending so they don't know what you're sending. And then the abuse of cloud or network resources. And it could be something like Google Drive. Like that could be something that's considered a cloud or a network resource that you've transferred the data to, and then you steal the data, or you kind of transfer the data out of Google Drive to your own computer or to your own server. And then you would do this to transfer sensitive information outside of the target environment. That's basically it. So the sections that we're going to be covering over here are the covert channels, Steganography, ICMP, and DNS Tunneling. We're going to talk about alternate data streams and fileless data storage, and cross-account resource abuse for exfiltration. So very fancy types of terminology here, and hopefully we'll be able to simplify some of this stuff so that you can wrap your mind around it and really understand what all of this is all about. So a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and let's jump into it. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there. Or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us continue with PenTest Plus. All right, what are covert channels? So let's talk about these real quick. Covert channels allow attackers, you and me, to transfer data in a way that avoids detection by security tools. So standard security solutions like firewalls, IDS, and IPS, they often ignore covert channels. So useful in high security environments where direct file transfers are actually blocked. And common channel techniques could be steganography, which hides data inside of images, inside of audio or video files. ICMP tunneling, which encodes data inside of ping packets, and DNS tunneling, which uses DNS queries to exfiltrate data. So let's talk about all of these things. First up is steganographies, and this is the hiding of data inside of images or audio files, or really any other kind of file. You're not putting it in the actual contents of the file, right? But you're hiding it within the macros and the bits of the file. So it conceals data inside media files to bypass security scans. Attackers use tools like steghide, outguess, and zsteg to embed and extract hidden payloads. Embedding a file inside of an image can be done using steghide, and it would be something like this, right? So we would do steghide, embed, and then the file itself is going to be the image, right? The data is going to be what's inside of this secret data text file. And then you just give it a password so that people can't view it without having access to that password. So it'll hide the secret data text file inside of the image with a password associated with it so that people cannot simply access it by just opening up the image. And you would use steghide to take the data out of it, because again, it's just an image, right? So just double clicking the image wouldn't automatically give somebody access to the secret data. You would have to use steghide to unhide, to actually extract the data out of this specific image file. And then in order to do it, you would be prompted with a password. To extract the data from steganographic file would be, again, steghide, and then now you're using the extract option. You would give it the image itself and then the password to be able to extract the data, and it reveals the hidden data from the image. So you use steghide to actually embed data, secret data, into the image, and then you would use steghide to extract the data as well. Now, the mitigations against these types of exfiltration, steganography-based exfiltration, is to use file integrity monitoring to detect modified images. And there are rules, for example, inside of a Windows environment, event rules or event codes that you can use to track to see if there's any files that has been modified, any images that have been modified. You can analyze file metadata for unusual embedded data. That's always really key. And you can inspect file sizes for abnormal increases in the size of the file. And hash values will also change if the file itself has been changed. So if an original image has a certain hash value and then we embed data into that image, then the hash value of that image will also change, which is part of the file metadata technically, or the integrity of the file. So you can actually go ahead and verify the hash value, the original hash, as well as the new hash of that image to determine whether or not the image has actually changed. And from there, you can kind of do the rest of your reverse engineering or your investigation to try to find out exactly what the changes were. And looking at file metadata for unusual embedded data would be the next piece. ICMP tunneling is our next one, which uses ping protocols to exfiltrate data, and the tunnel embeds stolen data inside of an echo or a ping request. And so since IPMP is often allowed through firewalls, it provides an easy exfiltration path. Now, exfiltration being the key word here, because there are a lot of firewalls that they'll prevent pings from coming in. So if you are pinging the target, the firewall may actually block your pings, right? But if you're sending the ping out of the target to a different destination, it may actually allow that to take place. So sending data over ICMP using something like ICMP-SH can be done as simply as doing ICMP-SH and then giving the attacker's IP address, which is the IP that you have for your attack box, and then you have the destination IP address, which is the target's IP address, and then from there you have that connection that you can transfer files over ICMP pings from the target to the attacker, or vice versa, really. Now, detecting this is fairly simple to monitor for large or frequent ICMP packets from any given IP address to the victim IP address or your machine's IP address, or vice versa. Blocking outgoing ICMP requests unless explicitly needed. So again, right, the incoming stuff, the incoming ping requests is typically what's blocked through the firewall, but outgoing ping requests from the target is usually not blocked. So you would want to block all of those things and then have a explicit series of IP address that you can send pings out to. And then deep packet inspection, also known as DPI, can be used to detect encoded data in pings. And one of the greatest tools that are available for this, if you want to do manual inspection at least, is Wireshark. And you can do deep packet inspection using Wireshark, which is an open source tool. It's just that you need to know what you're looking for, because it won't give you hints and things like that, right? You will have to determine what is actually inside of a packet and kind of make that analysis on your own. However, it is a tool that will allow you to do deep packet inspection, granular inspection on a packet level, and then you will go ahead, hopefully, if you know what you're doing or what you're looking for, you'll be able to find it. There are a lot of videos on Wireshark on this channel already, so if you want to learn how to use Wireshark to do packet inspection, I would encourage you to go ahead and check out those videos. All right, let's move along here. The next one is DNS tunneling, which would be exfiltrating data via DNS queries. So DNS tunneling hides stolen data inside of DNS request packets to bypass firewalls. Extracting DNS via DNS using iodine would be something like this, where you would use iodine, call on iodine, give it the IP address, and then the attacker's domain name, right? Your actual domain name, which encodes the stolen data inside of the DNS lookups to the attacker's controlled server, which is sitting in this particular location. And all of these tools, by the way, there are a lot of different help manuals that are available in the command line for the tool itself. There is a lot of documentation online available to do these things. I'm just trying to share the tool itself so that you understand what it does and what it's connected to. So iodined, right, is what you would see, for example, in a potential question, and then from there you would get the rest of it, and you'd be like, okay, well, if I see iodined, then I can assume that they're doing DNS exfiltration, right? So detecting DNS tunneling using the various tools here, we have monitoring of the DNS traffic for unusually long subdomains, which is one of the hints that it's never going to be something like this, where it's like a short domain name. The long subdomains is typically what implies that there's some kind of a attacker-controlled server that the data is being transferred to, or the connection is being established to, and then you can see, okay, well, they're probably trying to transfer data out. Another one would be to use anomaly detection to flag high-frequency DNS queries. So if you have the baseline for your network traffic, if you're looking for anomalies, that means that you're looking for anything outside of that normal traffic, that baseline traffic. So using anomaly detection to see which DNS queries are happening frequently. What is the high volume of the DNS queries that's happening? And that would be a big hint that, you know what, there might be something shady going on here, because this specific DNS, this long subdomain, is getting a lot of different connection queries that are being established to it. So I feel like there's something wrong here. Then we have restricting external DNS resolution to trusted sources. So the external DNS resolution, that option, that protocol that's available, you want to restrict this to trusted sources. Now, one of the better ways to do it is to block everything and then have a whitelist of your trusted sources, because it's a lot easier to do it that way, to do explicit deny or deny all, and then have a handful of trusted sources that can actually have external DNS resolution with your network or with any of the devices inside of your network. All right, let's look at some alternate data streams and fileless data storage, which is actually very interesting. So alternate data streams, also known as ADS on Windows, Windows NTFS for file transfer, file support, file system, I should say, supports alternate data streams, which allow hiding data inside legitimate files. And these are commonly used for stealthy data storage and execution, and you can hide a file inside an alternate data stream by just doing echo of the sensitive data and then putting it inside of a text file, and then taking that and making it a hidden text file. It's kind of weird to think about, but that's basically, it's as simple as that to be able to do it. You just have this extra portion, excuse me, you have that extra portion at the end of the text file itself that implies that you want to make sure it's a hidden text file, or you have a hidden text file. So it hides the sensitive data inside of that report text file right here, this sensitive data, right? So it hides this inside of this report. It just hides it, which is what you can see right here. And this is just one of the things that's available from the Windows file system that supports alternate data streams. So it's as simple as that, where you can actually just take the sensitive data, whatever it is, and then put it inside of any given text file. Just make sure that you have this last element attached to the command so that it hides that sensitive data inside of the text file. If you want to retrieve the data that you just hid, it's also a very simple command where you do more, and then the arrow is just facing this way now, and then you give it that full command over there again. So report.txt and then colon hidden.txt, and then that will take whatever was hidden inside of this text file and it'll just extract it. It'll extract the hidden content without actually modifying the report.txt file, which is, again, very, very handy. So this is actually something that comes from these alternate data streams. It's just that it happens to be that it's very, very simple and easy to do. So what you can do to mitigate against this is to use forensic tools like streams.exe to detect these alternate streams, and then disable NTFS alternate data streams in high security environments. So you just don't want this to even be an option that somebody can do, which is, again, super simple. It's like a very simple command that can be done, and it comes native to that file system. It's just you want to make sure that you disable them in high security environments or high security machines, high security computers, etc. The things that are holding really, really sensitive data or access to sensitive devices, you want to disable this altogether in those machines. And you want to monitor the file integrity to detect unauthorized changes. So this is another one of those things that if you just look at the hash value of a file, and if you notice that the hash value of report.txt has changed, that means something has happened to that file. Something along the way happened where that file was changed in some capacity. And if you open it and the data inside of the file is exactly the same, then the deduction can be, you can assume very safely that there's some kind of other modification that was done. Maybe they put some kind of hidden content inside of the file, because the file itself looks exactly fine. It looks like there was nothing done inside of the contents of it, but there's something hidden that was put inside of that file. Fileless data storage in the Windows registry. So attackers can store stolen data inside the Windows registry to evade detection. So if you don't know what a registry entry looks like, this is what that looks like, right? So this is a registry entry. This is for the CU, which is the current user. And then there's the HKLM, which is for the local machine. So, and essentially it's kind of like the path, right? So you have inside the current user, there's the software folder. Inside of that, there's the Microsoft folder. Inside of that, there's the Windows folder. And then there's the current version, and then run the current version. And then when you go to this full path inside of the Windows registry, there will be a series of options that will be available. And then you can configure the various options of those options. You can disable them, you can enable them, and a bunch of other things, right? So that's what the registry is. Now you can store data in these different portions. So for example, you do registry add, and then to this thing, you would add this element right here, which is basically like this full command, right? It's very similar to what we saw earlier. So it's a backdoor is what they've named it, which I would not do because it obviously implies something wrong. So you would name it something else, and then you would give it the regSZ, which I actually have to learn what this is. So we'll kind of look at this a little bit deeper. And then we have the actual command itself, which is the PowerShell invoke expression, new object web client download string from the website, and it's an attack script, the PowerShell script. So let's go look at what this tregz portion does, because the rest of it I am pretty solid with. I just want to make sure what the rest of it means. So let's go and check that out. Oh, it's actually kind of simple. So the /v backdoor is the name of the new registry value that we're setting. The -t reg_sz is the data type for so -t would be the type of data that's being added, and it's a string. So regSZ is just a string. And then we have the actual string itself. So this is the data that will be assigned to the backdoor registry entry, and it's the command that will be executed. So PowerShell-C launches PowerShell in a hidden non-interactive mode. IEX is to invoke expression commandlet, and it takes a string and executes it. And then the command that's being executed is this whole piece right here, which is a web client download string, which is used to download the contents of a file from a specified URL. It downloads the PowerShell script named script1 from a remote server, and that's basically it. Extracting the data from the registry is a very normal command. So this is actually something that you can do with any registry, where you just do a query against the registry path. So in this particular case, that same path that we just added that backdoor item to, you can just give it that full path and just do query instead of add. And so it reveals all of the data that's inside of this registry. So the very, very simple command. Mitigations against this type of exfiltration would be to enable registry auditing to monitor suspicious modifications. You also don't want to give access to the registry to any old user. Their computer should have access to it to be able to run it, but the user themselves should not be able to run these types of commands to manually add items to the registry or to query the registry. Maybe they can query it, but they shouldn't be able to add items to the registry. Use endpoint detection tools to flag unauthorized registry edits. This is a really big red flag. So if you see registry edits taking place inside of an environment, that is something that needs to be looked at very quickly, because this is a very common and popular attack vector to modify the registry. It's very, very common. And so number one, you limit the access to add items to the registry to a handful of users. And then after that, if you see that there are registry edits taking place, that would be something that you would take a very close look at. And hopefully it wouldn't be very many registry edits taking place, so it wouldn't be too populated or too polluted of a report or a log. But it is something that it's one of the most common, which happens inside of a Windows environment, which is the edits that are made against the registry. So you want to detect and use endpoint detection and flags and rules and things like that to give you alerts, so that anytime this type of edit is taking place, you're immediately notified. And then you can have autoresponder type alerts that will also take place, that if you see something like this taking place and you're worried that it might be malicious because nobody's supposed to have access to do it, so whenever it does happen, you can have an auto response type of a rule where that connection immediately gets dropped for whoever's trying to do it, or that computer gets blocked out completely from the rest of the network, whatever it is. Our final tactic here is the cross-account resource abuse for exfiltration. That just sounds extremely complicated. So first one is to exploit cloud storage for exfiltration. And attackers can leverage cloud storage like AWS, Google Drive, Dropbox to exfiltrate data. And uploading stolen data to an AWS S3 bucket is as simple as calling on AWS, the command line tool, assuming that it's installed on the machine. S3 to imply that you want to transfer something to S3, or at least interact with the S3 system. And then you're going to copy this data file to this location. It's basically it. Very, very simple. It transfers the file to an attacker-controlled cloud storage bucket, and that's it. It's not complicated to do. And for the most part, it's not something that would be on like an alert list or anything like that, mainly because of the fact that AWS is a very legitimate service, it's a legitimate system, and a lot of times people do need to transfer data back and forth from AWS. Now, the thing in this environment that would be the red flag is that if people should not even be transferring data, it doesn't matter who it's to, it's Dropbox, AWS, Google, it doesn't matter. If the data transfer is not supposed to take place, that's an immediate red flag. And if it's something that at that point, it doesn't really even matter what the secret data text file is named. It doesn't matter what the IP address is named. If you notice that there's this kind of a string taking place, AWS S3CP, if you notice that this is taking place inside of the logs, that's an immediate red flag and you need to address it right away, because in your environment, data transfer should not be taking place, right? So detecting these types of exfiltration would be to monitor unusual cloud storage activity. If you actually do allow for cloud storage activity. If you don't allow cloud storage activity, any kind of cloud storage activity would be considered unusual. I don't know how many times I've said cloud storage activity, but that's it's like imprinted in my mind now. Next, we have restricting outbound access to unauthorized cloud services, which again is another one of those things that if you even do access to cloud services, then you want to restrict everything. So, for example, OneDrive is something that's available in a Microsoft environment, and most companies that have access to Microsoft licenses, they'll have everything that comes with that license, being, Outlook, Microsoft Teams, and OneDrive being just one of those things, right? And single sign-on is used for every single one of those elements, just so you can easily access those types of environments. So if you see outbound access to S3 and it's not to OneDrive, you should be concerned. If you see outbound access to Google Drive or Dropbox, you should be concerned, because the only type of outbound access should be to OneDrive, right? That's the only type of data transfer that's being done, because you can actually monitor everything that's being done with your Microsoft license with all of your users inside of OneDrive, and everything else should not be accessible. Now, using CloudTrail logging to detect data transfers. So CloudTrail is a specific tool that creates logs for you for any kind of data transfer that's being done. So you can also do that. If in addition to the Microsoft OneDrive thing, in addition to turning off data storage or data transfer if it's not even supposed to happen inside of your environment, in addition to all of that, you can actually have CloudTrail that would be assigned so that you can detect data transfers at large, any kind of data transfer that's taking place. And then from there, you can look through those logs to see if it's malicious or, something that somebody shouldn't be doing because they're trying to make their life easier and they're trying to work from home or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, you shouldn't be doing this. So all of this stuff can just be done they're simple. They're not really crazy rules here, but they're simple and powerful rules that can be done to detect cloud-based exfiltration and stop it in its tracks. Finally, we have exfiltrating data via cross-account AWS resource abuse. So this can be done from misconfigured AWS IAM rules to transfer stolen data between accounts. And this applies to any kind of cloud service provider. So it's not necessarily just AWS. It could be Google Cloud, it could be Microsoft Azure. When you're looking at identity and access management roles to transfer stolen data between accounts, this can apply to anything. Identity and access management is not just native or just belonging independent to AWS. So copying data between AWS accounts can be done via AWS S3 sync. So instead of CP where you copy, you would sync it and then you would give it the initial location and then the ending up location, and then source profile, which is the victim that's being used to actually access the victim's bucket and then transfer the stuff out, and then the destination profile, which is the attacker. So you give it the locations of the two different buckets, and then the source profile would be the victim bucket, which is this guy right here, and then the destination profile would be the attacker. Now, it doesn't say victim, it's probably going to say like John Jones, and then this one is going to say Sally Smith or something like that, right? So, but this is how you synchronize these two different things. This seems normal. This doesn't seem like anything that would be wrong, except if this particular person is a non-existent user, so they don't actually exist in your environment. This person does, this profile right here, they do exist in your environment, and their account was misconfigured. So their IAM, their Identity Access Management role for this person was misconfigured, and they have access to a bucket as well, and their bucket just happens to store sensitive information. So this is a normal command, just like the copy command that we saw earlier. Those are normal commands. It's just that tracking down where the destination is and where it's going to and the users that are involved is where you can do your investigation and ultimately your analysis to see whether or not this was something that was legitimate or if it was malicious. So this moves files from a compromised AWS account to an attacker account. That's basically what it does. And with that, we are now in our practice questions for this section. So data exfiltration and staging. A couple of notes here. Number one, these questions are not the duplicate questions that you will find inside of the CompTIA examinations. We are forbidden from signing our NDAs, our non-disclosure agreements. Those things forbid us from actually sharing the questions directly on the exam. So what we can do is we can try to provide questions that would be similar to that and then help you think through the process, which is my main goal, which is number two, is I want to teach you how to approach these questions, teach you how to think about these questions, what the critical thinking process would be like, what process of elimination would be like, and all of those things so that you can find the answers yourself, and that way you'll be confident to take on any kind of question that's presented to you and not lose confidence or become worried or paranoid or anything like that. If you learn how to think through these things, then there's a very good chance that you'll pass the examination. Number three, I have not reviewed these questions. These are questions that I copy pasted into the slideshow. I didn't sit there and study them because I want to be able to come to these questions with as fresh of a mind so that you can also go through them with me and we can kind of go through these things together and try to find the answers to the questions together. And then finally, we have all types of questions. So we have multiple choice, multiple answer, meaning so multiple choice is one response, multiple answer would be two or more responses. There are scenario-based questions. And then when we get to the scripting and practical labs and everything like that, you will see all of the lab commands and everything that would be done so that you can also prepare for those types of questions as well. And there was one other thing that I kind of thought about. Oh, you know what? We're gonna, I guess this would be the final one. We're looking for the most obvious answer. If you have to convince yourself as to why an answer would be right, that's most likely not the answer. If you can find an answer that really pops out, it stands out to you, and it's the most obvious answer, that would be the one that I would choose every single time, because a lot of times they try to trick you with a bunch of different answers that may seem right, but you're looking for the most obvious answer, and then you'll see as we go through the questions. So question number one, which covert channel technique involves embedding secret data within an image or an audio file, right? So this is a channel technique, and the big piece right here is embedding secret data within an image or an audio file. So DNS tunneling is a legitimate technique that you can do, but that's not the answer here. Alternate data streams is also another legitimate technique that we talked about, but it's not the answer. ICMP is another legitimate technique we talked about, but it's not the answer. When it comes down to embedding data inside an image or an audio file, it's called Steganography. There we go. What is the primary advantage of using DNS tunneling for data exfiltration? It guarantees encryption of sensitive data in transit. Maybe. It requires no domain infrastructure. DNS traffic is rarely blocked or inspected by firewalls. It prevents detection through endpoint monitoring. So these all actually seem like legitimate answers. The one that stands out to me as the most likely would be that DNS traffic is rarely blocked or inspected by firewalls. That would be the one. It requires no domain infrastructure. That doesn't seem right. So I think that's incorrect altogether. It guarantees encryption of sensitive data in transit also doesn't seem right. The only things that really stand out would be C or D. And it may not prevent detection through endpoint monitoring because they would still be detecting it. It's just that it may not automatically be blocked. So I'm going to say C. Let's see if I'm right. Nice. Okay, great. Which of the following best describes alternate data streams, ADS, in Windows? A hidden kernel level rootkit mechanism? No. A feature of NTFS, so alternate data streams, belongs to the file system that allows hidden data storage and file attributes. That sounds pretty solid. A Linux-based steganographic storage techniques. This is not true. So alternate data streams is in Windows. It's in the question. We're talking about Windows here. So it's not a Linux-based steganographic storage. So that's definitely not it. A compression method to bypass antivirus scans. Also not it. So this is a feature of the file system that allows hidden data storage to transfer files and file attributes. Which of the following is an example of cross-account resource abuse for exfiltration in cloud environments? Okay, so cross-account resource abuse has to do with cloud environments, right? SQL injection against the public API is not an example of this. SQL injection has to do with relational databases and putting malicious queries inside of some kind of a web form that will run something against the public API, right? That's not it. Exploiting container escape vulnerabilities is something that actually does exist in cloud environments because containers, a container will have access to a certain type of software and its dependencies, and if you get out of that container, you are now inside of the overall cloud environment, and then you can go between containers and get access to different things. So this actually is something that is done inside of the cloud environment. I just don't think that's what it is. Copying stolen data into an attacker-controlled cloud storage bucket, that sounds like the answer. Using ICMP packets to transfer files is also not it. We're talking about cross-account resource in cloud environments. So the answer would be C. Excellent. Which protocol is most often abused for ICMP tunneling in data exfiltration scenarios? So ICMP is what? A ping, right? ICMP is pings. So port 53 is DNS. UDP port 53 is DNS. TCP port 80 is HTTP. ICMP echo request and reply, that would be the answer. SMB is for the server message block, and we're not using ICMP tunneling for that. So my answer would be C. Nice. Which techniques can be used to create covert channels for exfiltration? We need to choose two here. So techniques that can be used to create covert channels for exfiltration. So DNS tunneling, ICMP tunneling, SQL injection, credential spraying. Credential spraying is a brute force attack, has nothing to do with this. SQL injection is a relational database attack that would be with malicious SQL queries. So it's neither of these. So if we just did process of elimination, it's neither C nor D, so it would be A and B. But we've also talked about DNS tunneling and ICMP tunneling. So those would be to create covert channels for exfiltration. Which methods allow an attacker to stage or hide stolen data before exfiltration? Select 2. Storing data in alternate data streams? Yes. Encoding payloads inside benign-looking files, steganography? Yes. Launching ARP spoofing to redirect traffic? This is not it. So ARP spoofing is address resolution protocol is when a MAC address is connected to an IP address. And so if you do ARP spoofing, you're changing the MAC address to be seem like a non-malicious MAC address so that you'll actually be able to enter the network or direct traffic to that MAC address, IP address. Executing privilege escalation on the host is also not it because we're talking about staging or hiding stolen data. So privilege escalation comes before this stage. We're talking about acting on our objectives right now, which is stealing data. So if that's the case, the only thing that really applies here is to store data in alternate data streams and to encode the payload inside benign-looking files, which would be steganography. Very good. Which cloud misuses could allow for stealthy data exfiltration? Select 2. So the misuse of a cloud data that would allow for stealthy data exfiltration. So running SQL injection on a SaaS database, again, nothing to do with this. Leveraging attacker-owned cloud buckets for staging data, sure. Exploiting overly permissive IAM policies to copy files across account. Yes. Exploiting buffer overflow in a virtual machine. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is exfiltration. Also, SQL injection has nothing to do with exfiltration. So the only answers that can be left are B and C. But attacker-owned cloud buckets is good for data exfiltration, stealthy, except especially in a cloud misuse type of environment. And exploiting overly permissive IAM policies, identity access management, to copy files cross accounts is also something that is in a cloud environment. There we go. Scenario. A pen tester observes a steady stream of ICMP echo request packets leaving the target network. The packet payloads contain base64 encoded data chunks. What exfiltration method is most likely being used? So this is the ping tunneling, right? The ICMP tunneling, which is what we see right here. Steganography is when you modify images to store stealthy data. Alternate data streams is when you modify files in the file system to store data. And then DNS tunneling is on the domain name service. So this would not be something that's done on ICMP. So that would be B, ICMP. During a red team engagement, sensitive data was found hidden in the NTFS metadata of a harmless looking text file. The data was invisible during standard file browsing, but detectable with forensic analysis. This is the alternate data stream. This is the ADS that we were talking about in the last slide. So which technique was used? That would be alternate data streams right here. Steganography has to do with images, media files, things like that. ICMP tunneling is for the ping. Metadata service abuse. Ooh, that's like a really good trick answer right there. So metadata service abuse is kind of a really tricky answer because it actually has metadata of the harmless looking text file. But NTFS is the big key right here, which has to do with the alternate data stream. So my answer would be B. Very good. You are assessing a cloud provider's security. The attacker creates a cross-account IAM role that allows them to upload files into another customer's cloud storage bucket and retrieve them later without detection. So the attacker creates a cross-account IAM role and that allows them to upload files into another customer's cloud storage bucket and then retrieve those files later without detection. This represents which concept? Steganography? No, because that's again media files. Cross-account resource abuse sounds pretty solid. ICMP tunneling has to do with ping packets and echo request and reply packets. And then reverse shell persistence, nothing to do with this. So cross-account resource abuse, excellent. A tester encodes a confidential document inside an innocuous-looking JPEG image. This is known as obfuscation, right? The document is later extracted by the attacker using a custom script without triggering data loss prevention alerts. Which covert channel method was applied? Steganography. Image. It's an innocuous-looking JPEG image. That's the immediate answer that stands out. Alternate data streams would be for NTFS, for the file system. And so this has to do with files, individual like text files. DNS tunneling is domain name service tunneling. ICMP tunneling is ping tunneling. So this is not any of that. None of that is implied here. The biggest hint is the innocuous looking JPEG image, which would have to do with steganography. Excellent. And that's it. Just like that, we are officially at the end of all of the key pieces of information. The next chapter is going to be cleanup and restoration, which is basically kind of, when you're done inside of an environment, when you're done with a pen test, make sure that you clean up all of your scripts and make sure you restore all the systems. I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, I don't even need to go into that, but we're definitely going to go into that because you want to be aware of it and you want to know what different tactics and strategies and checklists there are to do proper cleanup and restoration. But after that, we're done. After that, we're going to be going into the practical labs and the scripting and the exploits with Metasploit and all of that good stuff. So I'm super, super excited about that. And I cannot wait to get there. So for next week's episode, it's going to be the cleanup and restoration. Depending on how I feel, I might just drop this episode with the 5.4 episode together so that we can just get into the practical exercises sooner. But we'll just see how I feel about that. Depending on what my recording schedule is going to be like, we'll see how it goes. But for now, we are officially done with 5.3. We're going to do 5.4 next. and we'll be there. So if you have any questions or comments about what we talked about today, please drop them in the comment section below. If you would like access to these practice questions and the notes document and all of the script files that we're going to create in the practical labs, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous and you will get a quick little message about that here in a couple of seconds. And of course, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, including everything for CompTIA PenTest Plus. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in next week's episode later. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there. Or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. All right, welcome to the final lecture portion of the CompTIA PenTest Plus training series. This is going to be the last section of Module 5, and as you can tell, we're going to be talking about cleanup and restoration, which is pretty much after everything has been all said and done. You've done all your exercises, you've done all the damage and all that stuff. You need to get everything back to working order and remove all traces of you doing whatever it is that you just did. And a part of this will also be reporting, really, when you think about it. However, there are mechanisms that we have to actually cover that will, for example, as it says right here, remove persistence, secure data destruction, etc. So I'm going to go through this slide officially, but up until this point, we have gone through 4.5, I should say, maybe like 5 full modules. And the very first one was the rules of the engagement. Module 2 was all about reconnaissance, enumeration. Module 3 was about vulnerability analysis and finding the various vulnerabilities attached to the machines and the networks that you found in the recon portion. And then Module 4, we talked about the exploits, and it was the biggest module that we went through because there are so many different types of attack vectors and exploits that you can use to attack any given network or system or even human being, right? And finally, in Module 5, we talked about post-exploitation. So the things that you would do after you got into the network, after you got into the building, after you got into a system. What do you do after that? How do you elevate your privileges? How do you move laterally to get to the other machines inside of that network, etc.? And at the very end of Module 5, which is where we are right now, we're going to be talking about the wrap-up, basically. This is what you do to clean up the messes that you created and restore all of the systems back to their original order. And after this specific video, the very next one is going to be just exam preparation, just to kind of give you some best practices for the exam. And then after that, we're going to go through all of the lab exercises, and we're going to use Metasploit and Metasploitable, which is the victim version of Metasploit. We're going to use a variety of different tools that you will most likely see in the examination. And if you don't even want to take the examination, at the very least, the things that you need to really know and get good at so that you can be an official, efficient, proficient, legitimate pen tester. So, as all of that being said, section 5.4 here. After an attack or pen test, cleanup and restoration are critical steps to remove traces, eliminate persistence mechanisms, and restore the system to its original secure state. If these steps are not executed properly, remnants of malicious activity can lead to future compromise, forensic detection, or operational disruptions. And think about it in a real world exercise. Okay, so this is in the perspective of, okay, you're doing a pen test, somebody hired you to do this, so you just want to make sure everything is back to working order and everything like that. If, let's say, it's not something that you were hired as a penetration tester to do, right? Let's say it's something that you actually want to do against an enemy of a state or something. You got hired by the government and they are hiring you to do a hack against one of their enemies, right? So when you do something like that, what happens in this portion is you want to remove all of the traces of you being in those systems, of you being in those networks. Any remnants, right? Any literally breadcrumbs or traces, any kind of evidence of your activity can lead to future compromise, which in a pen testing world, in an enterprise, you being hired as a pen tester, that's kind of an issue. But if you're doing it in a real world against the enemy, that's not really an issue. That's actually something that you do want to do. This is an issue when you're in the real world. You don't want to be detected and you don't want to be found during a forensic investigation. And then operational disruption, again, applies to practice exercises, pen tests, and things like that. So operational disruptions, you don't want to happen in a pen test. Future compromise vulnerabilities like leaving backdoors open for a malicious attacker to get into the company, you don't want to leave stuff like that. However, forensic detection is something that is really important in the real world when you're doing an actual hack or attack against the enemy of your country or the enemy that you hired, or etc. You know what I mean? Or that you were hired to attack, I should say. So what we're going to be talking about are these specific tactics: removing persistence mechanisms, securing data destruction and log manipulation, and restoring original configurations and system integrity. And this all applies to both practice as well as real world type hacks that take place. You want to do all of these things unless you still need to get back into their network or their system for whatever reason. So you would want to maintain persistence. But assuming that you're done, assuming that you got the job done, the goal was achieved, you stole the data you needed to steal, or you planted the malware, whatever it is, you want to do all of these things so that you delete all traces of yourself so they can't track it back to you, or at the very least they have the lowest possibility and probability of tracking it back to you. So that's basically what we're going to be talking about in this particular video, and it should be a relatively short and sweet video because all of the heavy duty stuff is what we talked about earlier, and for the most part, I mean, you kind of understand exactly what we are going to be talking about. The headline is really the big thing. There have been several videos that I've developed on this channel with command line tools that we used that actually do clean up, but it's kind of like a part of the function of the tool itself, where after you run the exploit, specifically it was on the security engineering path where we were doing purple teaming, where it's like the blue team and the red team come together and we do threat emulation, and we want to try to do essentially the path that an attacker would take. We would do it and then find what the vulnerabilities are, what hacks actually took place, and then after we've deployed those attacks, we want to clean up after ourselves. And there are certain tools that actually do that for you. And if I remember correctly, I think it was Kappa was one of the tools that we used, that it had like a command line version where you would deploy the attack, and then after that you would run the version where it does the cleanup. I may stand corrected. I'm terribly sorry. There's literally dozens and dozens of tools inside of my mind, so I might be thinking about the wrong one, but I feel like it is Kappa. Anyways, so there are a lot of tools that you can actually use that will do automated cleanup on your behalf. But at the very least, you should know what exactly needs to be cleaned up, so you can kind of piece by piece go down the checklist and make sure every piece of your activity, every remnant of your activity is deleted and cleaned up. So that's what we're going to be talking about in today's video, and a quick little sponsor promo from Hackaholics Anonymous and how you can get access to these lecture documents and the practice questions and the scripts that we're going to create at the end and all of those extra things, how you can get those through Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we're going to get into the content. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us continue with PenTest Plus. Removing persistence mechanism. So why is persistence removal important? And before I read through any of this stuff, think about it. Why is persistence removal important? Especially from the context of a penetration test. Okay, don't think about necessarily why persistence is important in a real life hack, because maybe you want to persist, maybe you want to be there. But from the context of a pen test, why do you think removing your persistence mechanisms and the backdoors that you created and all these things, why do you think those things are important? I'll give you a couple of seconds. Okay, so if persistence mechanisms are not removed, attackers or pen testers can regain access even after remediation. So even after it's solved, after it's been patched and fixed, if the persistence mechanism has not been removed. For example, you created a new user, the new user has access as an admin, and they solved they remediated the original vector that you were able to exploit to get into the system and create that user. So nobody else can come in and recreate users, but your user that you created is still there. And that's technically a persistence mechanism. You could always re-log in as that user, or if somebody gets access to that user information, they can re-log in and gain access as an admin because you gave that user admin privileges and you added them to the admin group. So things like this, right? So even after the actual vulnerability that was exploited has been remediated, so even after the weakness or the chink in the armor has been filled in, if all of that is done, somebody can still take advantage of that persistence mechanism, and they can actually still get into the system, into the network. So attackers will use scheduled tasks that we talked about already, registry keys, which we talked about, backdoors, which we talked about, and malicious services, just to name a few. And they can maintain control of the system that they originally hacked into or the network that they're in. And this all falls under persistence. So we need to remove the scheduled task, remove the script that was attached to the scheduled task, or the executable that's been installed in the machine. We need to remove the registry keys or the modifications, the configurations that we did in the registry keys. We need to remove the backdoors and the malicious services. We got to do all of those things, which is why documentation is so important, because as you are doing your exploits, as you're actually achieving success and moving laterally and doing all of the extra things that you're doing, you need to notate every single step that you're taking, because when it comes down to actually removing persistence, you got to go through all of the things that you did that were successful and remove all of them and make sure you reverse them, remove them, mitigate them, whatever it is, right? So this is why it's so important. The simple fact that even after the original vulnerability has been remediated, attackers or pen testers can actually still regain access through any of these avenues and then some. This is just a handful of the things that can be used to get back into the system and maintain persistence. So again, I'm just going to breeze through all of this because we've talked about this in depth in previous videos, but these are just common persistence mechanisms that you need to remove. A scheduled task, for example. You created a scheduled task and it was called whatever, the malicious task or whatever you called it. So you do scheduled tasks, delete task name, malicious task, and then fully, right? You go ahead and remove that whole thing, or if it's a file or a folder, I think, whatever. But this is the command to remove a scheduled task, to delete a scheduled task. If you created a registry key, you would do reg delete. Instead of reg add, you would do reg delete, and then this would be the path to the thing that, or I think this is the full path right here. That's the full path to what you created, and then you're going to remove whatever it was called, which is the backdoor. Again, just remove the entire thing. Services, so sc delete and then the name of the service that you previously created. Let's say you created a script that's in the startup folder. You need to delete that, and very simple delete command. And these are all specific to Windows environments, but it doesn't mean that you don't do the same thing if you did it in a Linux. It would just use the syntax that would be for bash, or you just go and find that item and then you delete it and delete all traces of it. However you want to do it, you just got to make sure that you do it. WMIC, right? Event subscription. This kind of like, this is a table that we're in and this got pressed in, but you know, WMI event subscription, which executes scripts automatically. So you want to use WMIC, and then you have this whole piece right here, and the path is going to be that, and then you're going to delete it, right? Alternate data streams, hides data in NTFS files, so stream executable, and then just get rid of it. This is the path to the report itself. So you would do -D, I believe, which is for delete using the streams executable. And anytime that you see anything like this, if you see commands like this and everything that we just talked about in the previous portion, if you see anything like that, just realize and recognize that this is a part of cleanup. They are deleting their traces that they have left inside of the system. Number one, either because they don't want to be detected, or number two, because it's a part of cleanup and restoration to make sure that the environment that they went into is just the way that it was after they leave, right? And then once that's been taking place, you hand your report in, and then you say, listen, I deleted all traces of myself, but these are all the things that I was able to do. So you need to account for all of this. You need to go ahead and resolve, remediate, mitigate all of these things that I was able to do, so that somebody like me who has my skill set and knows all these things doesn't do it maliciously. They don't do it with evil intentions. I did it because I'm trying to point out your Achilles heel. But if somebody else can pull this off, then they'll go ahead and take you for everything you got. So make sure that, I was able to create this thing, so make sure that nobody else can do it. I was able to create this, and then make sure that nobody else can do it, etc., etc., etc. So let's go through some of these motions. So let's say that you want to remove scheduled tasks on either Windows or Linux. Doesn't really matter. First, you want to list all the scheduled tasks on Windows. So you would do the query list, right, and use it in verbose so you get as much details as possible, and then try to find the malicious scheduled tasks. And in my humble opinion, you should not be doing this. Even anytime that you create a scheduled task that was used to do whatever it is that you did, you need to notate that, so that you know that when you're in the cleanup phase, you just go and delete the task that you created. You shouldn't have to query a list of scheduled tasks to try to identify a malicious scheduled task. This is something that you can use to do that, should you need to do it. However, if you're just deleting your own traces of all of the things that you have done, you should have a list of all of those things. And if you made a scheduled task, you can just go ahead and delete the one that you made. If you want to remove a malicious scheduled task on Windows, you would do sch tasks delete, and then that's the name of the task, which is basically the command that we just talked about. So this command right here is to list it on Windows. This command right here is to delete the one that you identified as being a malicious task on Windows, right? If you want to do it on Linux, it's the cron tables, and then you would do -L to display all of the user's cron jobs, and then to remove whatever it is, you would just do cron tables -R, and it'll clear all these scheduled cron jobs for that specific user. So again, It just happened. If you've created one, you need to notate it, and then when you're doing recovery and the wipe and all of that stuff, where we are right here, you need to just go ahead and delete all the things that you actually made. You shouldn't have to. I mean, I guess. The thing is, like, I really my standard for all of this is document everything as you're going. It should never get to the point where you're like, oh, did I do that? Like, I forgot. Maybe I did do it, or maybe I didn't do it. Okay, let me go check the list of all the things that exist. Oh, you know what? I did do that. That should never happen. If you want to be a professional at this game, you need to have extensive documentation every step of the way. So anything that you do, write it down, make a little note on, I don't know, a notepad, or on the notepad file itself, the software that's available on a computer, or like if you just want like a physical notepad next to you, or Post-its, or whatever it is, however you want to do it, just do it real quick and be like, oh, gotta delete this, gotta delete. Like, all of those things you need to document, so that you shouldn't have to second guess when it comes to the restoration and the deleting of all of your traces. You shouldn't have to go through an entire investigation to delete all those things. That's just my humble opinion on this. The mitigations against scheduled task persistence would be to monitor task creation logs, which is for event ID 4698 in Windows Event Viewer, and restrict cron job editing to administrators. And again, we talked about this when we were actually doing the video on these types of attacks and everything that can be done for persistence and lateral movement and all that stuff. So we talked about all these things. It's just that it's kind of like a review of what you need to do to erase your traces of scheduled task creation. For example, let's say you want to remove malicious services that were created. So list the running services on Windows. Again, this is one of those things where it's like, you shouldn't have to list them. You should just know exactly what you created if you chose a malicious service, or if you created a malicious service. But if you wanted to list all the running services, you would do the get service commandlet, where the object's display name is something like malicious. Now, in a real world, and if you're smart as a pen tester, you would never name your service something that has malicious in it. It would sound legitimate. The name that you would choose would be super legitimate. So this is silly. This is kind of just saying that, yeah, whatever the placeholder for this would be the name that you assign to your thing. And or you would go look at the list of the most we were talking about LOLBins, right? See, the living off the land binaries that we were talking about in a previous video, where you use all of the binaries that are actually legitimate binaries on a given system. You just use them maliciously. So you would go through the list of those LOLBins and then find the ones that will most likely be used maliciously, and then go through all the services maybe that have to do with that specific software or that binary. Maybe that's how you track this thing down if you're trying to list the running services. But if you were the person who created the malicious service, you need to delete the thing that you created. You should not have to list the running services. I'm just saying, this is what the documentation is telling us to do and whatever, but I'm telling you, if you really want to be good at this game, you need to document everything that you're doing. I'm probably like beating a dead horse, but I feel like it's better to say it too much than not say it enough, right? So if you did something, document what you did, so that when you are going through restoration, you will delete every single thing that you did. There should be no second guessing. You should not have to do research to see what has been created. You can stop and delete the malicious Windows service. So let's say you've identified whatever it is. You just do sc stop and then sc delete, because you can't do delete without the service being stopped first. So first you stop it, and then next you delete it. This is how you would list these services on a Linux machine. Again, you should not have to list them. You should know exactly what you made. However, you can list all of the units that have to be, they're a service type of unit. And so you'll identify any of the rogue services, and then the way that you would delete them would be to call on system control, systemctl, disable the service, and then go ahead and remove the path to that actual service. So you just remove that whole piece right there and you delete it. And then I would also like delete the delete folder, right? Like just remove everything that has to do anything with it, so it can't even be restored at any point. The mitigations against malicious services: to monitor for unauthorized service creation on Windows and to restrict admin rights to service management altogether on any kind of machine, Linux, Windows, whatever it is. On Linux or Unix, we would be talking about the sudoers list, or people who are potentially root users. On Windows, we're talking about administrative users or admins, administrators. So those are the people that can create services, and those are the accounts that can create services. So the creation of services and the management of services should only be reserved for the highest level users. And this is what I was just talking about. Simply deleting a file does not erase it. It remains recoverable unless it's been overwritten. So if you want to securely delete something, you would use something like, on Windows at least, you would use something like sdelete executable, and then you would give it the path to that thing, and it'll overwrite the file 3 times to prevent recovery. So it'll overwrite the file once, then overwrite it again, and then so it'll overwrite once, and then it will overwrite on that overwritten copy another time, and then it'll overwrite on those copies another time. And so it's almost damn near impossible. I'm not going to say fully impossible, but like super, super, super difficult to recover that specific file. And if you wanted to do, 5 rewrites or overwrites, then you would do P5, right? And really just make it really, really difficult to do unless somebody had a quantum computer or something like this. Securely deleting something on Linux would be to shred it, and then you would go ahead and give it the path with all of these options, which overwrites the data 5 times before deletion, right? So this is what makes you a really good penetration tester, and this is how you delete all traces of what you have done, so that nobody else can abuse it. So if somebody breaks into that system, or if somebody who's an employee of the company that has malicious intentions wants to use the thing that you just did to break into their systems, they can't, right? So even if they have the ability to retrieve the deleted file for whatever reason, they should not be able to restore this file that would allow them to do whatever it is that you did, right? So you want to securely overwrite the file and then get rid of the file. Just in case it does get recovered, it still won't be able to be used. The mitigations against data recovery would be to use full disk encryption. So for example, BitLocker or Lux, I call it Lux, to protect sensitive files. So essentially you have encryption of the sensitive files, the most sensitive files. So even if somebody broke into the computer, they won't be able to access these sensitive files because those files have now been encrypted. And unless you have the decryption key, which is usually a very complex password or something, and maybe even multi-factor authentication or whatever it is, unless you have access to those decryption mechanisms, they won't be able to access those sensitive files. And then configuring the automated log rotation and expiration policies. So again, automated log rotation and expiration policies. Logs can actually be rotated, meaning that whatever is being written to one log file, once it moves to the next one, and once it moves to the next one, ultimately the previous ones get either expired or automatically just deleted, rotated out of the roster, we should say. Like, so the older logs get rotated out of the roster. Let's say you have a maximum of 5 logs that you maintain. You've gotten 5 logs. Now there's a 6th log file being created. The very first log file is going to be rotated out, meaning it's going to be automatically deleted. It is now expired and it can't be accessed. So data recovery, right? So mitigations against data recovery. So if somebody wanted to get access to some of those sensitive activities that was taking place, and it was just something that was legitimate in your system, it's just that the information in those logs can be sensitive, and it could be something that somebody could abuse. And if that's the case, you want to make sure they are destroyed. And this is part of data loss prevention. It's a part of just data retention in general, where you have data retention policies and it applies to your logs. And after 3 iterations, after 5 iterations, it automatically expires and it gets deleted. After 3 years of retention, they automatically get expired and they get deleted. So whatever the data retention policy is within your company, you want to make sure that you actually enforce that and configure for those things to be done automatically. Now, this one specifically has to do with the security system and application logs, which are some of the more commonly used logs or commonly updated logs as a pen tester does what they do. So the security logs are obviously going to be updated, or they'll have new events in them, I should say. So security logs will have new events in them that track the activities that you just deployed as you went through your pen test. So you want to clear that log. You want to clear the system log that would have traces of what you did inside of that system. You want to create the application log that would have traces of the various applications that you used and the way that you used them. So these are the ways that you clear your traces, right? It says clearing system logs, but really essentially what you're doing is you're deleting all of the breadcrumbs that you may have left behind. Any hints or remnants of you being in these systems, you delete all of them by clearing these logs. Now, there is another log item that comes up always when you actually clear a log. And I don't know what the event number is, but it has shown up so many times during a pen test where whenever you clear the log, a new log item comes up. It's like the very first item on the new series of events inside of the log. And the very first item says event logs were cleared, right? Security logs were cleared. So it still leaves some kind of a trace as to, oh, somebody wiped the logs for whatever reason, but you can't find out what all of the previous activities were, so you can't really know what they did. But it is a hint that somebody was here and they just deleted everything that was inside of these logs. So that's always very, very interesting. And it's a really cool defensive mechanism. It's a really cool security mechanism that at the very least gives some kind of a hint that, hey, somebody was just here and they deleted all the logs. So no idea what they did, but they deleted their traces, they wiped their traces. So you need to go ahead and do a full investigation on this machine. That's basically what that one line item says. It doesn't say all of that verbatim, but when you see a line item that the logs were cleared, you should be on high alert. You should be like, why were the logs cleared? I didn't clear them. Nobody in our company has been assigned to clear them. Everybody knows not to clear them, basically. So if the logs have been cleared, something happened, and you start the investigation. Clearing the bash command history, or literally any command history on either Linux or Windows, is also a very important thing to do because when you interact with the terminal, it saves a list of all of the previous commands that you have entered. And it does it for really for convenience, because a lot of times if we type a very long command that does a specific thing for us, and all we need to do is just modify one specific or one piece of that long command, we can just press up on the arrow keys and it'll bring the entire command for us. And when you do that, when you press up, it is referring to the history of all of the commands. So when you delete all of that history, then any type or any command that you typed into the terminal will get deleted, which means that, you know, as a malicious actor, as a pen tester, if you're trying to delete your previous history, delete all the traces of you being in that terminal, this is one of the key things that you have to do. This is like a very basic but very, very powerful thing that you have to do. And this would be one of those things that I would also just put at the top of my list of things to delete, right? Before I start creating any kind of payload or doing any other, you know, malicious services or doing scheduled tasks, whatever it is, at the very top of the list would be clear terminal history. And then if you successfully create a service, okay, all right, you know, delete this service. If you do a scheduled task, delete this scheduled task. It would be like that. But at the very top of the list of all of the things to delete, it would be the terminal history. And so for Linux, it would be using this command. And then syslog entries in Linux can also be deleted as such. So if you do dev null is a folder that is empty, like there's nothing that exists in it, and then if you send anything to it, it automatically gets deleted or replaced, I think it gets replaced with like just a bunch of zeros or whatever it is. So when you do cat dev null and then you put it into the syslog, what you're doing is you're replacing everything that's inside of syslog with the contents of dev null, which is nothingness. It's just a bunch of nothing that's going to go into the syslog, and it's going to replace everything that's inside of syslog with a whole bunch of nothing. So the mitigations against log manipulation would be to enable remote logging to prevent local deletion. Very, very cool little tactic and very handy. So if somebody deletes the systems locally, right, and you have that one last item that says system logs were deleted, then you're like, let me go see what the remote logs actually show. Because all of the logs that have been created on a specific system can actually be remotely backed up on some kind of an external server. So very, very handy little strategy. That's actually very cool little strategy. And then using immutable log storage. So for example, SIM solutions or worm devices. SIM solutions, by their nature, they collect a bunch of logs, right? So let's say Splunk will collect the authentication logs, it'll collect network logs, it'll collect security logs, and then it'll do it with a bunch of different endpoints too. So it'll be from, let's say there are 100 computers. Each computer has its own application log, authentication log, system log, security log. All of those things will come into Splunk. Splunk will ingest all of those logs. It will normalize the logs, so it'll extract various line items or elements from each line item, and then it'll normalize it, turn it into data that you can actually search for as you're searching through Splunk. And all of this is stored inside of the Splunk server, because Splunk needs to be housed on a manager server, so everything gets forwarded to it. And in that specific environment, even if somebody deletes all of the logs from any one of those 100 computers, the traces of all of that activity is still going to be on the Splunk server. So this is why it's considered to be an immutable log storage. So long as somebody does not get access to the server that houses the Splunk instance, in that particular case, your company's pretty solid. But if they do get access to the Splunk server, then they can technically just wipe everything that's on the Splunk server, as well as everything else that they did, which is it's the sign of a very advanced hacker. If they're able to do something like that, that means they really know what they're doing. But if you're doing it for a pen test, you would not be doing that. You would not go into their Splunk server and delete everything into the Splunk server. If anything, if you were able to get into the Splunk server, you would delete all traces of you and everything that you did. However, in this type of an environment for a pen test, you don't do that because you want them to be able to backtrack all of your activities, right? You want them to be able to see everything that you did in addition to the report that you provide to them. So you've deleted your trace of everything that you've done, right? You have wiped logs or wiped histories, etc. And you may have done a variety of other things that have affected the system. So in addition to wiping the traces of your activities, you need to actually restore the system's original configurations. Now, one of the key things that I would recommend doing is before you start any pen test, have a backup of the entire environment, so of the network devices, of the configurations of each individual device that you're going to hack into. Have a backup of all of those things pre-pen test, so that you can easily just go ahead and restore everything to that backup. So it will essentially, by default, it'll just wipe everything that you've done up until that point. And after you've done whatever the pen test is or whatever, you can just restore it to the day of the pen test where everything started. Before you actually started the activity, it'll just go to that point in the system. So that's one of the easiest ways to restore the configurations of any given system. The manual ways, if you wanted to go piece by piece, you can reset configurations, for example, by resetting the firewall rules. So reset Windows firewall rules can be done with NetSH Advanced Firewall Reset, which restores the firewall policies to its default settings. You can restore default user permissions on Linux by doing change mode. So chmod is change mode. And then you are going to set it to the 755 permission, which is the main user, the root user, or the owner, I should say. The owner will have read, write, and execute permissions. Everybody else will have only read and execute permissions, if that's what you want them to do. If you want them to have these types of permissions, refer to numeric permissions on Linux, just so you can understand what these values mean. But basically, a read permission is a value of 4, a write permission is a value of 2, and an execute permission is a value of 1. So if somebody has a value of 7, or a given group has a value of 7, that means they can read, write, and execute. If they have a value of 5, that means they can read and then they can execute, because write would have a value of 2, so it would not count. If it was 766, that would mean that they had the second two numbers, they have read and write, but they don't have execute, because execute has a value of 1. If it was 733, that means they have write and execute, but they can't read, which is kind of retarded. Like it's a redundant, or not redundant. It's a weird permission to set, I should say. Excuse me, I don't mean to offend anybody. Just in case you're listening to this, my apologies. But it's like a silly, stupid way of setting permissions, is to give them, they can't read it, but they can write to it and they can execute. That's kind of silly. Then you have the path that you want to change the permissions of. Or if you do the, I believe the -r would be recursive, where you give the entire contents of this entire folder, you would give it these permissions. And finally, on Windows systems, you can actually repair or rebuild the compromised registry keys by using the SFC tool and scan now, which is basically, it'll scan everything, and whatever has been corrupted or poisoned or broken or destroyed, whatever it is, use your favorite adjective in that case, whatever has been modified in any way that needs to be restored to its original state, it can be done so using SFC. So it'll scan and repair corrupted system files. So mitigations against configuration tampering would be to use baseline configuration monitoring. So group policies or CIS benchmarks, which really, so a baseline again is the default, right? So these are the default rules, the default activities, the default network traffic. All of these things would be referred to as the baseline. So when you have an original group policy, that means that whatever modifications were made to a given group's permissions, if you refer to the original default group policy, I mean, on Windows it's actually so easy to do this kind of stuff. You drag the group policy, like it's a drag and drop kind of a thing. You drag the group policy and then you drop it on a folder of users or a folder of organizational units, as they're referred to. And then that group policy will apply to every single unit inside of the folder that you just dropped it on. And from that moment on, all you need to do is just modify the group policies configurations, and then it'll apply to every single group or organizational unit inside of that folder. So it's very, very, very straightforward, which is why so many companies actually use Windows and Active Directory to manage their user base, because it's pretty straightforward to be able to apply it. You can just do the same thing using LDAP in Linux and Unix environments. For example, with Mac OS, they've also tried to make it, and they have made it very user-friendly to be able to manage a lot of different users or a lot of different permissions. When you're dealing with a command line only environment, which is typically what Linux servers are like, where you just have a black screen with just white lines and you're interacting only via the command line. When you have that kind of an environment, it tends to be not as user-friendly, because you can't do drag and drop and make modifications quickly. However, you still can make modifications to groups and make adjustments to group permissions. All of those things are still possible. It's just that on Windows, it seems to be a little bit more straightforward. Anyways, so, using baseline configuration monitoring, that is one of the mitigations that you can have against the tampering of the configurations inside of your computer, inside of the network, and the devices that are inside of that network. And this also can kind of go back to that backup that you made. So the backup before the pen test started technically can count as a baseline. So that's the original default settings, the original configurations of that computer. And so once you're done doing that, you can just refer to that as the baseline. Now, when we talk about cybersecurity in general and defensive security, the concept of having backups is very important. Having regular backups is very important, because if somebody breaks into your system, holds you at ransom, and you don't want to pay the ransom, but you want to restore your systems to their state before the hack happened, if you have a recent backup, let's say one that was this morning before that hack happened, or one that was a week ago, assuming that you think that you've been hacked for a week and you want to go back to the state of everything before that happened, that would be what you would use. Is you would use these frequent backups. And then there are the remote backups of really important client files or data that needs to be backed up to a remote data server, that again, if your local system gets hacked for whatever reason, you can at least recover that data. And a lot of companies have sync features, which is something that is extremely handy, that it just syncs anything that has been modified inside of the file system, inside of the data storage. It just syncs it in real time as those modifications happen. So if anything takes place, as far as a malicious hack is concerned, they can really quickly just refer back to the most recent database backup that's housed on a server in a different state, kind of a thing. And all of that counts towards baseline. When you're looking at getting back to baseline, that's kind of what we're referring to. And then we have the regular audit of system settings for unauthorized changes. And this is something that can be done through AI. It's something that can be done through scripting. It doesn't even have to be through AI. You can actually write relatively simple and straightforward Python scripts or Bash scripts that will just regularly audit the system once every minute, or once every 5 minutes, or every 10 minutes. It'll just audit the system and be like, hey, these are the changes that were just made in the last 5-10 minutes. And it can be overwhelming, because if you have a high traffic system or a high traffic network, it can kind of get crazy. So you want to track the authorized change or unauthorized changes to the most sensitive system files. Maybe you're looking at binaries, maybe you're looking at executable scheduled tasks, maybe services, those types of things that you want to audit to see if there are any unauthorized changes to those. But if it's just like a network share that everybody's sharing files to, and they're working on project files, that might be a little bit challenging, because it'll create a lot of noise, because there will be a lot of changes that have been made. However, when you're modifying it for unauthorized changes, when you're monitoring and auditing it for unauthorized changes, what you can do in that environment is have a list of all of the users that should have access to that network share, have a list of all the IP addresses that should have access to that network share, and then your script can monitor that network share to see if anybody other than those permitted IP addresses and those legitimate users has access to network share. And if somebody other than those permitted people access to network share, that's when the audit system says, hey, you know what? I just noticed something that might be unauthorized. So it will be much less noisy, because you have a white list of IP addresses as well as users, and then from there you can kind of reverse engineer to see when unauthorized changes have been made. Next, you need to remove malicious network configurations. So we modify network settings to maintain access, also known as persistence, and these must be restored to prevent re-entry. This is probably more important than anything else that you would have to restore and get back to the original security configurations, because if you mess with the network configurations to allow for a way in so that you can just do everything you want to do during the pen test, and you don't fix it, if somebody notices what you just did, if somebody scans the systems and scans the network and says, oh wow, there's literally a door that's wide open for me, I can just enter, and that was a door that you opened and you forgot to close back up, that will be very bad. Not good, super bad. So you want to go ahead and restore those network settings so that nobody else can actually enter the network. Now, removing malicious proxy settings on Windows can be done with net sh when http reset the proxy, which resets the http proxy settings to default. You can remove the rogue SSH keys on Linux by removing everything that has been inside of the SSH authorized keys. Now, this is actually what's interesting, is that this is a hidden folder. So just keep that in mind. Anything that starts with a dot is not going to be available, or it's not going to be visible just by running basic ls commands. So you need to do the lsla to be able to see all of the hidden folders, and presumably you would have done that to actually create the keys so that you can use those SSH keys for secure shell login. So again, you should be notating this. You should be documenting all of these things that you've done so that when you go through cleanup, you can remove all of these things. So removing those logins can be, or excuse me, those keys, I should say, can be as simple as running a simple remove command and then just making sure that you do recursively and actually get rid of everything that is inside of the authorized keys or whatever the folder was that you stored those keys into. So the attacker added SSH keys. You should be removing all of those. And it's important, but this is also something that somebody would get access to once they've actually hacked into a device somewhere, or they would have to have access to this folder to be able to get those SSH keys that we added. So it's not as important as resetting a proxy, for example, or closing off ports that you left open. You used an uncommon port and you got your way in, and then you didn't report that uncommon port, and for whatever reason you didn't delete or close off the connection that you had. So there's an uncommon port that's now on a scan if somebody does Nmap, and they can use that as potentially an entry point. So whatever network entrances you've created, whether it's a proxy, whether it's a port that you left open, or whether it's SSH credentials or SSH keys that you created, all of these things need to be wiped and restored to their original default settings. Last but not least, you want to flush the DNS cache entries. So these would be the DNS entries that you added to the cache so that the configurations of the DNS resolves. When you resolve DNS is when an IP address has been added so that it can be connected to it and it's allowed inside of the configurations of the network. So if an IP address has been added, if a domain name has been added, whatever it is that you added to the DNS cache, it needs to be wiped. It needs to be flushed, as the key term here says. So ipconfig flush DNS prevents DNS-based persistence techniques, assuming that you used DNS as a part of your pen test to actually maintain connection to the device, as well as persistence, really. So if you have some kind of a C2 server that's connected because it's now allowed to be connected to, because now that IP address or that domain name is inside of the DNS cache file, and in that regard, you need to wipe it, right? You need to flush it. So you get rid of all of those things and it resets it back to default so that that entry point is not available. That persistence point is not available. The mitigations against network tampering would be to regularly monitor network configurations for unauthorized changes. So again, you have a list of IP addresses that are allowed. You have a list of user accounts that are allowed. You even have a list of times of the day that they're allowed to access it, right? So there are so many different ways that you can really hone in on the allowed list and the configurations of the people that can access the network. And then everything outside of that list technically counts as an unauthorized change. So you have a small list, or relatively quote unquote small list of activities that are allowed by a list of authorized people, and then everything else outside of that list would be counted as unauthorized. So it's a default block, right? It's like a deny all kind of a thing with a handful of people inside of the allowed list. Then we have restricting admin access to DNS firewall and proxy settings. Very, very important series of settings. So the random person, anybody that does not have admin access, should not be able to modify any of these configurations, any of these settings, and it should only be reserved for people that have admin access. If a hacker is able to create a user profile or get access to admin credentials, okay, good on them. They would then be able to mess with these settings. However, no other user should be able to mess with these settings, which means restricting access to those settings to the highest privileged accounts. And we have finally arrived to the practice questions for the last section of this lecture series, which I honestly didn't even think that I would get to. I have to look back to see when I posted the very first pen test video, but it has been over a dozen weeks for sure, because I've been dropping these once a week, and it might be over 20 weeks, honestly. Is however many episodes we have, that's how many weeks that we've been going through. It's probably over 30 now. But this is the last one. This is the last set of practice questions, which is on the cleanup and restoration portion. And then after this, we're going to be going through the exam prep. And then after that, we're going to be going through scripting and actually doing the lab exercises. And those things don't really have practice questions. It's more so about just getting you familiar with the various languages that we're going to be using for scripting and the various lab exercises that we're going to run, so that you can kind of go through the motions of what it's like to do recon, to do vulnerability analysis, etc. So for this section, just like every other section, I have multiple choice, multiple response, and scenario-based questions. And inside of the notes document, there's a bunch of other types of questions as well. Inside of the slideshow here, we're going to have multiple choice, so whether you get one question or one response to a question. Multiple response will have 2 or more responses, and then scenario-based questions will give you a scenario, and then you got to try to figure out what the answer to that would be. These questions are not going to be the identical questions you're going to find on the examination. I'm really trying to just make sure that you understand the contents of everything that we talked about, and I want to teach you how to approach the questions, how to do the critical thinking, how to actually think about finding the answers to these questions. That's much more important to me, because there are going to be literally hundreds and hundreds of questions that would be available in the pool of questions that they'll create for CompTIA PenTest Plus. And you're not going to be able to remember all of them. You're not going to be able to memorize all of them unless you have like amazing memory. And it's just forbidden. Like, nobody actually has access to those questions. We sign NDAs when we take any CompTIA exam, and that NDA enforces this rule that you're not allowed to share any of these questions outside of the room that you're taking that exam, right? So you're not going to find exact questions, and even if you did, it's going to be very hard to try to memorize all of them. So the best thing you can do is learn how to approach the question and how to do the critical thinking element of the question. I have not seen these questions in advance. When I created this slideshow, I just copy and pasted all of them in here. So I saw them when I initially did it, but I haven't studied them, right? So I don't know every single answer that's going to come up, and I may get some wrong, right? So this is one of those things that I'm trying to display what it would be like if you approach this with a fresh mind and you haven't memorized these things in advance, and I will be talking through my thought process as I try to find the final answer of all of these things. And this is going to be available to you if you join Hackaholics Anonymous as an agent level member and up. And of course, so will the notes, and so will all of the scripts that we're going to create, etc. So this is all available to Hackaholics Anonymous. And I think that's pretty much it for all of the disclosures that I have for these questions. So let's jump into the questions. First one is, which one of the following best describes the goal of cleanup phase after a pen test? So you're looking for the best answer here, which means typically the most obvious answer. That's what I kind of look for when I see something like this. I'm not trying to convince myself of how an answer could be right. I'm looking for the one that's most obviously correct. So to destroy all system logs permanently, not really. It's probably as part of something that you're going to be doing is to destroy the entries of the system logs, but you're not trying to destroy the logs themselves, and especially permanently. So that's another thing. To remove artifacts, persistence mechanisms, and restore normal system operations, that's the most obvious. I think that's the answer. To leave a subtle backdoor for future testing, that is not a part of cleanup phase. You're trying to actually get rid of all the backdoors. To escalate privilege further for later stages, you're also not trying to do that. You're trying to remove all of those vectors. So the most obvious answer would be B. What is the most effective way to ensure secure data destruction during post-engagement cleanup? So deleting files with the RM command, moving files to a hidden directory, using secure wiping tools or cryptographic erasure, compressing and encrypting the files. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to ensure secure data destruction, okay? Deleting files with the RM command could technically have them be recovered. Using secure wiping tools or cryptographic erasure sounds really good. It sounds very solid. Moving files to a hidden directory is not deleting them. You're not destroying data in any way. You're just moving them to a hidden directory, which can be found later on. And compressing and encrypting the files is also not deleting them. You're literally compressing and encrypting them. So the thing that makes the most sense would be to use secure wiping tools or cryptographic erasure. Which of the following persistence mechanisms should a pen tester look for when performing cleanup? So which persistence mechanism are you looking for when you're doing cleanup? network sniffers in promiscuous mode, scheduled task registry run keys and malicious services, firewall misconfigurations, outdated antivirus signatures. So we're looking at persistence mechanisms. Okay, so firewall misconfigurations is not necessarily a persistence mechanism. It could be a defensive configuration that we need to fix, but it's not necessarily a persistence mechanism. It could be, because technically if you misconfigure the firewall, that means one of the IP addresses that should have been blocked is not blocked anymore, and maybe that IP address can actually enter, but it's not really persistence. Outdated antivirus signatures, again, also not persistence, because your antivirus looks through a list of signatures when any file is downloaded, and it says, oh, you know what, this downloaded file signature matches one of the signatures that I have in my database of malicious software, so I'm going to block it. Not really a persistence mechanism right here. Network sniffers in promiscuous mode are not doing persistence. They're just they're doing reconnaissance, and they're doing enumeration most likely. So this is not anything that would fall under persistence. Scheduled tasks we've used for persistence. Registry keys we've used for persistence. Malicious services we have used for persistence. So these are the mechanisms that a pen tester will look for when performing cleanup. During cleanup, why is restoring original configurations important? It ensures the attacker cannot escalate privileges again. Maybe it ensures the system is returned to its pre-test stable and secure state. Most obvious answer. It prevents blue teams from analyzing test results. Not really. It makes persistence easier in the future. Also not really. So we are trying to stop this from happening. So this is like a goal that we don't have in pen testing. We're trying to prevent this from happening. We don't want any of what we did to actually repeat itself in the future. So that's one thing. The second thing is we don't want to prevent the blue team from analyzing the test results. That is also another one of the goals that we have from a pen test. We want them to analyze test results so that they can find out how to fix the infrastructure and how to fix the network and the systems, etc. Ensuring that the attacker cannot escalate privileges again is also not really a big part of restoring original configuration. So the only thing that we're really, like the big thing we're trying to do here is to make sure that the system is returned to its pre-test stable and secure state. That's the big thing for restoring original configurations. What is the biggest risk if a pen tester fails to remove a persistence mechanism after testing? The biggest risk, right? Basically, somebody else can just get in. That's kind of the biggest one, in my opinion. So system reboot will erase it automatically. That's not a biggest risk. That's kind of like an easy fix almost. So that's not even a risk, really. An attacker could later exploit the leftover access point. That's the one. The SOC team won't detect anomalies. Not really the biggest risk. The client's test results will be invalid. Also not the biggest risk. These things can be problems, but it's not the biggest risk. The biggest risk is that somebody else that is a malicious person can actually reuse what you did and get into the system. So that would be B. Which of the following are examples of persistence mechanism that must be removed after a pen test? So select two of them. We pretty much kind of looked at this in a few questions ago. So reverse shell schedule to run at reboot. So it's a schedule right here, right? So it's a scheduled task. And so anytime that the computer is rebooted, it's going to run that scheduled task on startup, and then the reverse shell is going to be established. So that's definitely one. Malicious Windows service created during exploitation. That's another one. Default admin credentials. Default admin credentials can be used to get in, but I wouldn't say they're persistence mechanisms because it's not something that we made. And firewall misconfigurations, another one of those things that I would have to convince myself of these answers. So like A and B stand out very obviously. C and D, I would have to kind of convince myself or debate myself to say, well, technically it can be, whatever. So if you have to say something like technically it can be, or technically it might be, or whatever, that is kind of like a big hint that this is not the answer you're looking for. You're looking for the one that really stands out. So in this case, it's A and B. Which steps should a pen tester take when performing secure cleanup? So remove backdoors and persistence artifacts, yes. Restore altered configuration files to their original state, yes. Leave hidden accounts for later engagements, no. Transfer sensitive files to a personal archive, also no. So it's interesting. It's like A, A and B end up being the answers, and this is not going to be the case in an exam, just so you're aware. There is very much not going to be the case where it's just going to always be A and B or something, but it feels like this is kind of what it's like in these questions that have been created. So just try to look for the obvious answers. This is a pattern that I've noticed, and a few other people have pointed them out too, where it's like, hey, the answer always seems to be B or A or C or something like that. And just I see that, and I am aware of that. I didn't create these questions. I just got them when I went to GPT, and I was like, create questions for me for PenTest Plus. And this is kind of what I did, and I'm just noticing the pattern. So which of the following techniques qualify as secure data destruction? So moving files into the recycle bin is not secure data destruction. So there you go. A is not the answer here. Overwriting files with multiple pass wiping tools, shred and sdelete. So B is the answer here. Using cryptographic erasure of storage devices, that's also an answer. Compressing files and storing them in temp is not secure data destruction. So it would be B and C in this case. B seems to be like one of the most consistent answers. Okay, so after a pen test, the red team discovers that they left behind a reverse shell scheduled as a cron job on a Linux server. So this was a scheduled task that they did not wipe. Which cleanup step is most appropriate? Ignore it. That is not the answer. I don't need to read the rest. Ignore it is not the answer. Since cron jobs disappear after reboot, that is not true. So remove the cron job entry and verify no other persistence remains. So B. B is the answer. Leave the cron job for blue team detection practice. No. Rename the cron job to hide it better. Also no. So the question is, which cleanup step is most appropriate? You're doing cleanup here, right? So the most appropriate cleanup is to remove it and verify that no other persistence remains. Pentester deletes a sensitive document containing test credentials. So they delete a sensitive document containing test credentials by moving it to the recycle bin. Later, the client's forensic team recovered the document. Which steps should have been taken? So they should have also deleted it from the recycle bin so that it's not recoverable, right? So use compression and renaming before deletion? No. Use secure wiping or cryptographic erasure? It's kind of annoying that B is always the answer. Modified NTFS permissions to hide it? No. Relocate it to dev null? No. So B is the answer here. Now here's a very, very important piece right here, okay? So relocating something to dev null may actually delete it, because remember we did the cat of dev null and then we transferred the contents to a different file. That could actually be one of those things that could work. However, dev null is specific to Linux and Unix. And when you talk about the recycle bin, this is more about the Windows environment. So when you hear recycle bin, think Windows environment. In the Mac OS, it's called trash, and I want to say in Linux it's also called the bin, maybe in Linux, but it's not the recycle bin. So recycle bin is very specific to Windows, so just keep that in mind, because technically dev null is a Linux Unix type of syntax, and it implies Linux Unix. In this particular case, we're talking about Windows. During testing, registry keys in Windows services were altered to enable persistence. At cleanup, the tester restores registry entries to default values, removes malicious services, and validates system boot behavior. Which cleanup principle is being applied here? Data exfiltration, secure data destruction, restoring original system configs, and privilege escalation. So they are not covertly exfiltrating data. This is a part of the exercise when you're actually still inside of your pen test. This is a part of post-exploitation. This has nothing to do with cleanup here. Secure data destruction is a good part of restoration. However, they are not doing that. They're restoring registry entries and removing services and validating boot behavior. So they're more actually restoring original system configurations than anything. So thankfully it wasn't B that was the answer, but it's C, I guess. Next, an organization discovers a pen tester forgot to clean up an Empire C2 agent running on a compromised workstation. Weeks later, an attacker hijacks the leftover agent to re-enter the environment. What failure in cleanup caused this incident? Oof. Secure wiping was skipped. Persistence mechanism removal was incomplete. That is definitely the answer, freaking B. Original configuration was not restored. Reporting requirements were ignored. So this is definitely an answer, right? So they didn't report that there was an Empire C2 that I guess somebody else could have probably taken care of, right? Or maybe they did report it, but the blue team didn't review it step by step, so maybe they missed it. Original configuration was not restored. This is technically not a configuration issue right here. This is a command and control server, or Empire, the framework itself, is used to establish command and control connections. So this is not necessarily a configuration issue. And secure wiping is also not a configuration issue, because when you have a command and control connection, you don't need to wipe anything, because that connection needs to be brought down. We need to crash that initial established connection from Empire, excuse me. And that won't change really if you wipe the system, because it could still connect back to an IP address or something like that that was originally running on that Empire C2 agent, running on a compromised workstation. So I guess technically if you do secure wiping, you would get rid of the agent. So maybe that could be an answer. But in my opinion, I think the answer is, of course, B, as always. So persistence mechanism removal was incomplete. I don't like the fact that the answer is B all the time. That's kind of pissing me off. But whatever, hopefully you just understood the thought process behind finding those answers. And that was it for our practice questions. There are many more practice questions inside of the notes document, so I just want to keep that in mind. I want to remind you of that. So if you do join Hackaholics Anonymous as an agent, you get many more practice questions inside of the actual notes document that I use for the lecture, as well as the slideshow questions that are here. It's just the formatting of the rest of the questions makes it really hard to transfer them to a slideshow. So I just left them in the notes document for you. The closing module will be the next episode, and that's for just kind of giving you some best practices for the exam and how you can prep for that exam. And then inside of that module, it'll be through separate videos, because the lab exercises themselves will end up being much longer than any of these lectures, because usually lab exercises involve the creation of scripts and running exercises and doing a bunch of trial and error. And I want you to learn from the trial and error, so I'm not going to cut out any of the trial and error. And typically what happens when you do stuff like that, you have much longer videos. So this video that I'm recording right now currently is running at 1 hour 18 minutes right now. And once I cut out a few of the lulls and some of the empty spaces, it'll probably be the upload will probably be anywhere from 1 hour 15 minutes to 1 hour 17, something like that, right? So this is what the lecture portions are like. However, when we actually get into the labs, they're going to be much longer form videos, and you're going to get a lot more out of those. And that's one of the big things that I've been really excited about in this entire series, is to get to those pen testing labs and those exercises. So super excited to share those with you, and those will all be starting as of the next video, the next episode. And if you want to get notified of that, please make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when those videos drop. And I mean, if you were watching this video 6 months from now, then all of the videos are already out, so you don't have to get notified of that. But there's other videos that are going to be coming out that you will be notified of. So if you subscribe and turn on that notification bell, you will definitely be notified of that. And of course, you can get access to this slideshow, as well as the lecture notes document, as well as once I create all of the scripts, they're going to be available to you. You can literally just reuse the scripts for your own purposes, and everything else that goes along with those labs and those exercises. All of these things can be available to you by joining Hackaholics Anonymous as an agent level member or above. And the note for that is going to come up in a few seconds. If you have any questions for me for everything that we talked about today, or any of the other videos that we've talked about, please drop your questions in the comment section below. And apart from that, love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. And I will see you in the next video later. To get the PenTest Plus notes, practice questions, and to join a supportive community of like-minded people like you, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content like line-by-line code explanations for how to create cybersecurity and PenTest Plus scripts, like exclusive downloads that they will get. For example, the notes document for this PenTest Plus and everything that I'm using for the lectures, as well as all of the practice questions and everything else that will go along that will be made for the scripts and everything else that we're going to be doing for the PenTest Plus training series. There will be free pre-made monthly Python automations that have to do with system administration, cybersecurity defense, as well as, of course, PenTest Plus and ethical hacking. And then there's going to be monthly live streams with me every single month, plus so many other things that you would get as a part of being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous in these tiers. To join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there. Or you can go to youtube.com/@hankhackshackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous.